It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
And we are off and running on a Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the incredible BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up, we will look back at last night's play-in action in the NBA, headlined by the Grizzlies and the Warriors out west in a game that absolutely did not disappoint. Then we check out tonight's schedule in the association with four other teams trying to squeeze their way into that 8th seed. In 40 minutes, we have to check in on the NFL, and specifically why Bill Belichick's girlfriend is once again continuing to cause a stir at North Carolina, but her emails. We're looking at her emails. At 7 o'clock, how about some creative ways to bet on the NBA now that the postseason is here? Chelsea will take us through that. We'll look at some odds on the board for today's baseball slate as well. Then at 7:40, Shedeur Sanders is slated to be a top 10 pick in the NFL, but why is his jersey being retired, and should it be? We'll get into that debate. Finally, at 8 o'clock, back to the NBA when we bring in Alex Solana, the pre- and post-game host for the Miami Heat on WQAM radio. And yes, it is Best Bets and the Dogster. At 8:40, I'm Michael Jenkins, live in the nation's capital. My partner in crime, PIC, as I like to say, Chelsea Messenger, live in Nashville. Chelsea, good morning to you. What's going on?
I've never been called a PIC before, but I've been called a partner in crime. So maybe we'll just shorten it. You're right, PIC. This morning was not off to a great start. I will let you know that. So I ran out of creamer. So I am drinking coffee like a normal person, like a peasant. I don't have any creamer. It's just iced coffee and milk. How do people do this? I don't understand. Like, I don't want to drink coffee unless it tastes like a treaty treat with like a bunch of sugar and like a bunch of added stuff. But coffee and milk, like, you do this, don't you? Don't you drink just black coffee?
I would, well, I'm drinking black coffee right now. I would rather have little cream and sugar, if we're being honest, but because we do such a terrible job of shopping when we should be shopping, a lot of times I'll just drink it black, and I'm like, sometimes it hits harder when it's just like straight black coffee. But I'm like you, I would prefer to have some, a little bit of sweetener or whatever, something to maybe switch it up. But yeah, I do drink black coffee a lot. You know what you need to do is just lean into it. Just hard hat, lunch pail, ham and cheese on the side, getting it done, black coffee, throwing it back, and then during your break, you throw back a couple of unfiltered parliaments or something like that. Just lean into it completely.
But listen, I don't want to drink black coffee. This is my treat for the day. This is what gets me out of bed in the morning. So, like, if it's not a treaty treat, like, I might as well just drink espresso, right? Like, if it's just for the caffeine. Or how about, remember those, what were they called? 5-hour energy shots? Or like whatever they sold at gas stations. It was like geared towards long distance truckers. It would be like Yellow Hornet, gonna keep you awake for 37 hours. It's like, who's drinking that? That cannot be good for you. I would love to see the case study on whoever's been drinking those for like the last 10 years and see if they're still alive.
Oh my God. And aren't there NFL coaches that do that? Like they drink a ton of Red Bulls or just coffee.
Dan Campbell.
Dan Campbell, yes, which makes sense. Like, just, I will say, I'm someone who I'll drink a Red Bull like on a Friday night or Saturday night because I'm old and I'm tired on a Friday. I'm like, no, I'm going out tonight. I'm chugging a Red Bull. But once you have the Red Bull crash, like, that's a real thing. Once you've just had all that injected into your system and it finally starts to filter out, then you're like exhausted.
See, I don't even like the taste of Red Bull though. Like, it looks like urine. It's still yellow, right?
It is yellow. Yes, that's correct.
As you were drinking, yes, I hit that
correct.
Perfectly.
Yes, you did. You stuck the dismount there. Well, I say that you power through with the black coffee, and then you get yourself a treaty treat later on. You go down to Starbucks or something local. You throw Blake in the back of the car. Not actually throw her, lock her in and everything. Get back in there. Mama needs some cream in her coffee. And, get yourself a little treat later. Give you something to look forward to.
Yeah, what I've been doing is a vanilla latte. Like, we have a place down the street that's cheaper than Starbucks, but they make a very good iced vanilla latte. So I've been doing that for myself. Jenks, our bets last night was basically
Gross.
like black coffee for me.
Ugh.
Disgusting. It tasted like urine. Make it a
Well,
quote.
Tell us, it tasted like urine. Tell us how this tastes. We had to do that, but I'm just saying, our bets, and I love these bets. I almost added one of your bets to my card because I liked it so much. It just didn't go our way last night.
Yeah, I liked both these bets. Again, like, it just feels like baseball is one of those sports where the handicap can be right on. Everything can go in your direction, but sometimes baseball is just one of those sports that's a large sample size sport. So you kind of have to stick with it. So I had the Tigers on the money line, cheap price, -125 at the Brewers. Jack Flaherty was going. Tigers had a top 10 offense. Brewers had a bottom 10 offense. And Quinn Priester did not have the high ceiling that Jack Flaherty did. But what do you know? It's the Brewers that win as underdogs, 5-0. Also had the Mariners Reds under 9. Weather forecast was 50 and rainy. Luis Castillo for the Mariners has pitched in the Great American Ballpark. He spent 4 seasons with the Cincinnati Reds, and he's been having a good season. 2 runs or fewer in each of his last 3 starts. Same goes for Nick Lodolo, but somehow this was a shootout. Reds win at 8-4. So 0-2 for me. Jenks, I did not have this on my bingo card. Our NBA plays being better than our baseball plays last night.
Seriously, the only thing I saw after that Mariners-Reds game, and I wish I'd seen it sooner, is that it was rainy and windy, but the wind was blowing out at like 14 miles an hour, and I was like, oh, God, that's not a good sign. Yeah, so that was the one thing that I missed yesterday. Even though that wasn't on the card, I had Braves Blue Jays under 8. That was a loser. Blue Jays win 6-3. I was also on the Tigers money line. You talked about that game. That was a loser. Only saving grace for me, I had the Warriors team total at 117.5, so they score 121 points in a victory. We'll get to that game. Dongster got a dub, laying 5.5 with the Magic. They win going away 120-95. So for the week, still time to recover. You're 1-2. I'm 1-3. The Dongster 1-1 on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I mentioned the Magic. They crushed the Hawks last night, 120-95. The Magic. That line bet up to -6.5, so they cover that number. The Magic -230 on the money line. Total set at 220 and a hook. The under hitting. Cole Anthony comes off the bench for Orlando and delivers, has 26 points, 6 assists, and Paolo Banchero adds 17.
Banchero shakes his head no.
Magic have numbers.
12-point Magic lead. Banchero, another and one.
Highlight on TNT, the Magic advance as the 7th seed to face Boston on Sunday. And we also saw the worst of Trae Young, who scores 28 points, but he gets ejected with a little less than 5 minutes to play in the second half. Did you see this where he was unhappy with the lack of fouls being called, so he gave a hard chest pass to an official, and then that got him attacked. That wasn't enough. Then he kicked the ball away from an official. That was tech number 2, and he got the boot, so he was frustrated. Not a good look. Magic cruising this one.
It felt like one of those things where if you're going to go down, you're going to go down swinging, because obviously the Hawks were not in this game in the fourth quarter. So I watched this build. I watched the second half of this game, and Trae Young kept giving the refs a hard time. So I feel like it was one of those techs that was just built up, where the refs were like, all right. Okay, now you're ejected. So Trae Young, we know this from him, but let's focus on the Magic for a second, because what a win for Orlando, and how nice was it to have Paolo Banchero back in the lineup. I know he scored 17, but he certainly filled out the stat sheet. Also had 9 rebounds, 7 assists, a steal, a block, and was a huge part of this game. He's really what makes their offense work. I was a little nervous for the Magic in the third quarter because they went through one of those scoring droughts where this is the knock on the Magic. Their defense is really good, but sometimes their offense just, falls flat. It's almost similar to Houston in college basketball. But obviously when you score 120 points and 41 of those coming in the fourth quarter, what a statement from Orlando, a young team that has some upside. Congratulations to the Magic. Play the song. they're moving on.
Oh, yeah, we didn't get that song. I forgot about playing the song. We were talking about that a few weeks ago. Game 1 set for Friday night between the Magic and the Celtics. Celtics 13.5-point favorites. The series price, Magic 22-1. The Celtics minus 10,000. Out west, the Warriors outlast the Grizzlies 121-116. The Grizzlies cover the 6.5-point spread as the Dogs. Warriors minus 290. We have the over hit, 225 and a hook is the total. This is a 2-point game with just more than a minute to play when Steph Curry starts hitting from deep.
Butler with the move. Green. Curry. 3. Good!
Kevin Harlan on TNT. 2 clutch three-pointers from Steph put this game away. He had 37 points on the night. Guess who else we saw? Playoff Jimmy. His first appearance in a Warriors uniform in the postseason. 38 points, 7 rebounds, 6 assists. Golden State moving on to a first-round series against the Rockets beginning on Friday night. But if you were looking for the big names to step up in this Warriors game, that's exactly what we got.
Yeah, I feel like we had the perfect recipe for some star player prop overs. And because it's obviously a very important game, because it's the play-in, it's 2 teams that don't like each other. Because remember, we had all the drama with Ja Morant and the Warriors like several years ago where he said, oh, I'm not worried about the Warriors in the West. It's only the Celtics that scare me. So it felt like it was personal for both of these teams. And we saw that it was personal for Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler stepping up and giving us the playoff Jimmy that we all hoped would come to Golden State. So what a combo these two are when they're firing on all cylinders. It was something that obviously the Grizzlies were not excited about, but this game kind of went according to plan. Look at us. We threaded the needle on this one. Jenks, you got the team total right. You also called the over, and both the star players for the Warriors had a big night. So maybe that's something to look forward going forward, some of these star players and some of these big matchups. But yeah, this one kind of went according to plan.
It's about time. Should have put that on the card. Somehow we could. I know. I needed this dub. You know, Warriors meeting the Rockets on Sunday night, game 1. Warriors laying a point in that game. Your total 214 and hook. The series price is the Warriors minus 210 and the Rockets, even as a 2 seed, plus 170. How about we get into a little Major League Baseball reaction from last night? The Cubbies down the Padres 2-1 in San Diego in 10 innings. Cubs are minus 155. Total set at 8.5. It is the under that hits. And Nico Horner gets to play hero.
Swing and a line drive, and that's a base hit out into right center field. Swanson's going to score. Nico's going to head to third. Watch him run on his way, and he's got himself a triple. 2-1 Cubs.
It's Marquee Sports. Watch him run. Watch him hit. Watch him score Dansby Swanson. Watch him. Look at him go. Wow, he's so fast. The Padres lose for the first time all season at home, and the Cubbies continue to look really good, Chelsea.
Yeah, no fire Nico chants were heard at this game. I think this is an important point to bring up is that people love to see these trends, and they say, oh, the Padres undefeated at home. This is why you should play the Padres. Trends are always meant to end. Like, the Padres aren't going to go the entire season without losing a game. So I think you got to be careful betting on some of these trends, especially when it's like a team that's undefeated. And the Cubs were obviously a formidable foe here. I think some people kind of like the Padres just because they were plus money in this one. But Shota, another impressive performance. I know that, you know, he didn't make the headlines because obviously this one was won at the end of the game. But 5 shutout innings with 7 strikeouts. He continues to be the ace of the rotation for the Cubs.
Yeah, looking really good. 7 strikeouts last night, man. He is, and he was not the sole reason, but certainly when you see the Cubs as a big favorite like that over the Padres, it's definitely because of Shota, and it took some work, but Chicago gets the win. Finally in Philly, Philadelphia tops San Francisco 6-4. The Phillies coming home in this game at, let me make sure I get this right, minus 165. Total set at 8 and a hook. The over hits. Bryce Harper, 1 for 3 with 2 RBI and also going deep.
Carried on out of the yard. 2-run home run for Harper.
That's from NBC Sports Philadelphia. JT Realmuto also goes yard as part of a 2-for-4 night. And we were talking about this yesterday. They get it done off of Justin Verlander, who takes the loss, works 5 2/3 innings, allows 8 hits, 4 runs. Nice bounce back for Philly after losing the opener.
Yeah, nice bounce back for this Philly team, and also for Alec Boehm. Like, there was a stretch there where he was hitting $150. These past couple of games, it feels like he's kind of gotten off the schneid. He's one of their better hitters, and they'll need him in that lineup if they want to make a run in October. And also, Jenks, did you see the gender reveal that Bryce Harper did the other day? It was really cool. He's having another boy. Got a blue bat handed to him by Trey Turner.
Oh, that's cool. All right, good for him. Building a family there in Philly. Yeah, off to a good start. Philly's finally starting to hit the ball. It's going to be an interesting – it's been a good series thus far. Like, the Giants getting off to the start that they've gotten off to has really made this more compelling than it might have been otherwise. Coming up next in the show, it is the NBA's time of year, so we're going to look ahead to the games in the schedule tonight and see if we can find some winners with the Heat, Bulls, Mavs, and Kings on the court next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Wednesday, midweek edition. It is Wednesday, right? Oh, thank God. Every now and then this early. I never know. I'm Michael Jenkins, she's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, NBA playing games continue tonight. And we will preview both with the Heat visiting the Bulls and the Mavericks taking on the Kings out in Sacktown. Chelsea, we've been talking a little bit over the past few days, McIlroy and his win at the Masters. And then yesterday it was revealed that during the final round, as part of his strategy, Rory's sports psychologist, a man by the name of Bob Rotella, says that Rory did not say a single word to Bryson. Wasn't meant to be personal. It was just to keep Rory laser focused on the job at hand. So not a peep from Rory, not one single exchange during that final round. So this is the quote from Rory's sports psychologist. He says, "We didn't want to pay attention to what anyone else was scoring or shooting or swinging or how far they were hitting it. We wanted Rory to play his game. The point is, if you believe you're going to win, play your game and assume that if you do that anywhere near the way you're capable of, you will end up number one." Do you like this strategy? I mean, it worked, so you can't really complain about it, right?
Well, I heard through the grapevine, aka Bryson DeChambeau told us this the day of the Masters. He said, yeah, Rory wasn't talking to me at all. I was trying to talk to him, just nothing. And I think a lot of us thought it was something to do with like the LIV PGA Tour rivalry. And it's like, hey, maybe he doesn't like him. But now that we hear from his sports psychologist, at least he has a good excuse. And he can say, hey, Bryson, this was part of my strategy. It's nothing personal, even though it probably is. But I bet that's what most people took away from this, because that kind of like blew up when Bryson was like, yeah, Roy wouldn't speak to me. It's like, shut up, Bryson. Just enjoy the Masters. Like we had a great thing there. Let's not make it about you. But I think somebody did ask him. They say, hey, like, how was Rory like during the round? He's like, yeah, he like wouldn't speak to me. So it's nice to have some clarification.
I agree, and I remember seeing that from Bryson, and then he got annoyed with the questions. Like, he just didn't talk to me, guys, you know? Okay, essentially, what do you want me to say here? But it's always good to have some context, and I was like you, when I first heard that, I was like, oh, is this sort of, not payback, it's not like Bryson did something to Rory last year at the Open or anything, but I thought, what's going on here? But now it makes sense, and it also goes to show, like, when you have a sports psychologist sort of guide you and say, these are the things you need to follow in order to have more success. It just shows you how in his head, which we all knew, right, with Rory, but it shows you how in his head he was the entire time. If he's talking to a sports psychologist to say, let's find the best way for you to approach this, you can get out of your head and win this thing. It worked, but it's also a testament to all the work that Rory had to do to kind of get to this point. He was kind of a mess. We knew that. I didn't realize it was to this point where he was having to implement strategies like this.
Well, I think there's a lot of guys that have sports psychologists. So I don't think that it's too crazy in the realm of golf. We saw this with, who was it? I think it was it Maverick McNeely? It was somebody that I saw in Full Swing. It was the documentary where they started talking to a sports psychologist, and then they started playing really well. I bet David knows. David will probably put it in the chat here in a second. I can see his face, but like I can't think of his name. But he had like a good stretch on the PGA Tour, and he attributed it to getting his head in the right space. Because think about it, more than any other sport, golf is so mental. And we talked about this a ton. So if you're not in the right headspace, if you're not mentally strong, it can cost you tournaments. And we've seen this over and over and over again. So sometimes I think that it's not even the sports psychologist that is helping. It is the confidence of somebody saying, hey, I have worked on my mental game. Now I have some confidence going into this. Because doesn't that feel like the case for anything? If you practice something, the more you practice it, the better you're going to be. So I don't know if it's like the placebo effect or whatever you would call that type of effect, but guys have more confidence going into these tournaments knowing, hey, I've worked on my mental strength with a coach. Now I should be fine.
Oh, for sure. And also, self-talk and how you talk to yourself or things you tell yourself are super powerful, right? And sometimes it's going to have a guy to say, let me reframe what you're saying to yourself in a way that will benefit you, right? Like, let me take these things you're telling yourself that are hurting you, these negative things, and reframe them or reposition them so that when you say these things, they come out in a different way and it has a different effect on you. So good on Roy for finally getting it done. I can't wait to watch the rest of the season and see if he's able to explode from here on out, because I feel like he's going to. For now, we get NBA action tonight with the number 10 Heat taking on the number 9 Bulls. We're talking about seeding, trying to get into the playoffs. The Bulls are laying a point and a half. The Bulls are minus 115. The Heat are minus 105. Your total is 219.5, and this has come down in a big way. Yesterday, that total was set at 222 and a hook. So we've seen 3-point movement to the under here, because money just flooding in on the under between these two teams. I have to say, trying to handicap this game, I went back and forth yesterday. I think I'm on the Heat, but then I was thinking about this morning, and maybe I'm on the Bulls. I cannot figure out a side or a bet. What do you think?
I think instead of a side or a total, maybe you go with player props, because we saw this last night that sometimes if you don't want to play a side or a total, especially in these play-in games, maybe you just depend on the star players. So I think that's the way that I'm going to go for some of these games tonight, because I really don't have a strong feeling. And especially when the spread is this tight, the books clearly don't have a strong feeling either. I will say this. It feels like the Bulls are in the play-in every single year, to where it's like the Bulls Invitational. All of these guys are pretty familiar with this situation. But here's what I'm doing today, Jenks. I'm going to do an alt line parlay for some of these star players. So in this game, we're going to do Tyler Hero 20 plus points. It's minus 400. We're going to throw it in parlay. In the same game, Matas Buzelis to make 1 3-pointer. This is somebody who has caught the attention of like Bulls fans simply because he's been a shooter. He's made at least 1 3 in every game this month. And in fact, he's shooting 50% from 3-point range for the month of April. I think he's going to get a few looks in here. Made 3 threes against the Heat last time around. That's going in the card. And then how about a former Bull that's going to go? I know this isn't in this game, but Zach LaVine has scored 20 plus points against in the Mavs and Kings game. So that's what I'm going to do. It's the same game parlay. I think it's like minus 120 or something. I think I'm going to play it that way. Like when you can't pick a side, you got to get creative.
I like that. I keep going back and forth here because I tend to be less creative than you when it comes to these bets. I tend to look at size and totals, maybe team totals, and every now and then I'll look at a player prop or two. The one thing I keep coming back to is coaching here, and I feel like this is where I just want to trust Coach Spo over Billy Donovan. And look, both of these guys are great coaches, but if you look at Coach Spo historically, there's a reason why he's been around for so long in the NBA. And remember, the Heat had that awful losing streak, about 3/4 to the way of the season, and then he found a way to turn this team around. Like, he's just so good and so adept at adjusting the pieces, adjusting his strategy, and getting his team on the right track. I think the real factor here is the Miami defense. So the Bulls are going to get Josh Giddey back, which is going to be massive for Chicago, but Miami is really good on the perimeter. They allow only 110 points per game. That's 7th in the NBA. They're also 12th in the league in field goal percentage defense. So when I think about that D and I think about Coach Spo, I think giving Miami an advantage, I would lean to the Heat here at minus 105. And then again, I say, well, the Bulls have won 6 of 7, and they also went 3-0 against the Heat during the regular season. So I'm having a hard time trying to figure out how I want to bet this thing.
Right. It feels like one of those plays where you have a lean, but I don't know if I have enough ammo to like back up what I'm saying. So like if I don't have ammo and factors and reasoning, I'm not going to make an official play on it. What about a total here? Why do you think this line has gone down? Like, I know that PJ made the case yesterday saying some of these play-in games, the possessions are going to be more deliberate because obviously more is on the line. But I'm not sure why this one's going down. Do you have a reason here? Because it's not like these two teams are great defensively. I think some of it has to do with like their offense just not being that great.
I think there's a couple of factors at play. Number one is clearly Miami is not the offense that they don't have the offense that they used to have because Jimmy Butler is gone. Now we've seen Tyler Hero step up and Bam Adebayo and Andrew Wiggins has been good as well. But the Heat are more of a defensive team. Like what they want to do is frustrate you on the perimeter. And then I think that the Bulls are a team that definitely have they have the third highest pace of play in the NBA. Like, they want to run up and down the court. So I think this is sort of saying this is going to be a tighter game, and the Heat maybe will control the pace. According to the numbers, this is a one-possession game. So I think this is saying if any team is going to control the pace of play, it's probably going to be Miami. That just doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win. And also with playing games like we talk about, games like this tend to be a little bit tighter. That's the only thing I would say. But again, 3-point movement, do you still bet on the under now after it's moved that much?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not betting on a side or a total in this game. So I'm going to just leave it be, and maybe we'll just watch it.
Well, that's probably the best idea. So we move on to the other game. This one out west, the Mavericks visiting the Kings. The Kings laying 4.5. The Kings are minus 190. Mavericks plus 155. Total is 215.5. This spread yesterday was Kings minus 5, so we've seen some money come in on the Mavs to move this spread down a half point. What do you like here? This game I feel more comfortable betting on than Heat Bulls.
I think this is going to be a good one, and it's interesting because you look at matchups in the playoffs, and this one's going to be a fun one just because both these teams are going to be really good down low. Dallas, of course, with Anthony Davis, Sacramento with Domantas Sabonis, and we've seen the Kings pretty much dominate this series. They led the regular season series 3-0, but I don't know. The Mavericks have gained some steam over the last, few games. And obviously they've made the playoffs, which is more than I think a lot of people thought out of Dallas. But for me, I think it's the difference in guard play for Sacramento. I mentioned that Zach LaVine is going in my parlay for the night. He's averaging 23 points on the season, 19 against Dallas. But I think that when you have a slash and scorer like that, he's going to cause issues for a team that's mostly based down low. So I don't think the guard play contends for Sacramento for Dallas. So I think I would lean towards the Kings here.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go on the other side here. I'm going to follow the money here. I like the Mavs, and this part of this is numbers based. Like, if you're looking at the Kings playing at home, they were the second worst team in the NBA against the number. The only team they were ahead of was the Sixers. We know how bad the Sixers are. The Kings against the number this season, 14, 24, and 3 at home. So when you think about the Kings, you think about their offense and certainly Zach LaVine, but Domantas Sabonis as well. And Sabonis is always a key cog for the Kings, but the Mavericks are one of the few teams that actually have the size to sort of deal with Sabonis. When you talk about AD or Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively, even though those guys have kind of been banged up, I think they should play. I know Derek Lively sat out the last game, but I think that's because the Mavs were getting ready for this play-in game. Also, I would say take a look at the over as well. Like, both of these teams have regressed defensively over the past month of the season. In fact, if you look at another number here, which is pretty telling, on the road this year, the Mavs are 27-14-1 to the over. That is second in the NBA. So this is another team that has had issues with their defense. 215 in hook seems a little low, so I would go Mavericks here based on their size. I think they can keep it within the number. Whether or not they win, I don't know. But I think I might like the over even better based on how Dallas has played this season. And looking at these defenses, I think we could see a lot of points in a surprising way.
Yeah, I think that it's another good recipe for some of these player props. If you like the over in a game, I think it's going to be good scoring conditions. And also, we've seen this from the star players, at least on the Sacramento side of things. DeMar DeRozan has had some big ones against the Mavericks before, scoring 42 last time around. So it's still weird to me. And plus, think about the experience that DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine have in the play-in, because we were just talking about how it feels like the Bulls Invitational. They've played in a ton of play-in games. So I don't know if experience in that regard matters, but these guys definitely have it when it comes to the play-in.
Also, did you see yesterday where Nico Harrison had an exclusive, not necessarily a meet and greet, but had a sort of by invitation only back and forth with the press in Dallas, and he was asked about the Luka trade, and he said, no regrets at all. I'll say it again. Defense wins championships. Just we need to give this time. People have criticized me before, but they need to give it time. And then he said, it was sort of funny, which, I mean, not necessarily wrong, but he was saying, when we saw Kyrie and Anthony Davis on the court together, I mean, I know it was only 2 quarters this season. It's a small sample size, but you could see how good they were going to be. And I'm like, man, you better hope this works out, because you're going to be a pariah if it doesn't. I mean, I guess at this point he has no other choice but to double down, right?
I guess so. Or you could say, hey, we're not going to talk about it. The deal's done. We're moving on. We are focused on the players that are on the actual roster. But yeah, he's in a difficult spot because I don't think anybody is sitting there and saying, yeah, maybe the Mavs actually won the trade. No, they did not. They absolutely did not. Unless, something happens to Luka, which none of us are rooting for. Like, you want to see the best players in the NBA playing. So yes, he's in a tough spot.
Oh, he is in a tough spot. You better pray to baby Jesus that AD and Kyrie come back healthy and they do something. It just doesn't look that way. Coming up in 5 minutes, don't you talk about my Billy boy. Jordan Hudson comes to the defense of Bill Belichick, but it's how she's doing it that is turning heads. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Wednesday, the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Take a deep breath, get ready for the morning, and then hear the guitar come in. Time to get ready, get your coffee, get going. Oh yeah, we're going to help you. Nothing says, let's get ready for the day, like talking about Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, which we're going to do here in just moments. Can't wait for that. Oh man, yesterday it finally happened, and I didn't get to go. A few months ago on this show, I talked about how my dentist said we were going to go out and have drinks. And yesterday, I got a text at like 3:30 out of nowhere. And I was like, hey, this is Dr. So-and-so. I got off early. Don't know if you're around. Let's go have a drink somewhere. And unfortunately, told him we could definitely do it. But it just kind of came out of nowhere, and I wasn't prepared at 3:30 to pick up and go somewhere and have a drink. So it's going to happen. But me and the dentist, my guy, we're going to be having drinks soon. I don't know what we're going to talk about. Maybe hygiene. Maybe making sure that I floss on a regular basis. Who knows what it's going to be? But it kind of caught me off guard. He's been talking about it for like a year, and then boom, the text came. So I got to be ready next time, Chelsea.
Is he one of those dentists that are like really overzealous about like what you eat? Because I stumbled across this TikTok the other day of a dentist saying all of these foods that you should not be eating because they get stuck in your teeth. You shouldn't be eating goldfish. You shouldn't be eating Teddy Grahams. You shouldn't be eating gummy snacks or whatever. Gummy vitamins are a no-no. And I'm thinking to myself, like, yeah, this stuff gets lodged in your teeth, but you can brush your teeth. Like, you can get it out of your teeth. It does come out. So I don't know why you have to, like, limit yourself to all these foods. I don't know if he was trying to just, like, have a hot take because, you know, people do that on TikTok. But, like, I'm so sick of social media telling me all these things that I can't be doing. It's like, oh, you put your food in plastic containers? Are you trying to poison your child? It's like, no, I'm just trying to save some lasagna. Like, what other solution do you have? Like, am I supposed to use glass everything with a 5-year-old who's certainly going to drop this on the kitchen floor and then I'm going to have glass shards everywhere? No.
Right.
So do you think your dentist is like this?
I don't think so. He's pretty chill. Also, if a dentist is like, hey, I'll just send you a text sometime, we'll go out and have drinks, I feel like that speaks to kind of his sort of mentality. In fact, I'm the one who's not chill. Like, I went in last time and I was like, I'm worried about this, I'm worried about this. He's like, Michael, this is just like the natural progression of your teeth. They look totally fine. They're completely healthy. Like, you're worried about something that doesn't need to be worried about. I was like, well, what about here? And he's like, their teeth. They're not going to be absolutely perfect. And I was like, okay. So
their teeth.
Their teeth. All right.
Thanks, Dennis.
Thanks. Their teeth. Don't worry about it. Let's have a drink sometime. Talk about something else. Like, all right, we'll do that, Doc. So that's going to happen at some point. This story that we have to talk about, oh my God, you found this yesterday. I'd not heard about it, and part of me wishes I could bleach my brain. So The Athletic has obtained emails sent by Bill Belichick's girlfriend, who is working for North Carolina's football program without actually being employed. So, according to Matt Baker of The Athletic, Jordan Hudson has been sending emails to Carolina staff asking them to delete posts or ban users who criticize their relationship on message boards. She's also said, hey, we need to reframe the hiring of Bill's son, Steve, not as nepotism, but from a football perspective because this guy is so qualified. And I have to say, also, she's signing her emails. Her email signature is Chief Operating Officer of Belichick Productions, which doesn't exist, by the way. I find this whole thing ridiculous. Like, part of it, I guess, is ballsy, but I find most of it pretty preposterous.
I think this will be a really interesting case study for fake it till you make it. Because on one hand, she looks delusional and she says, hey, I'm the COO of Belichick Productions or whatever, when she's not even married to the guy. I think that's the other thing for me is that they're simply dating. Like, I understand
Right.
it's not a fling. It's not a one-night stand. Obviously, it's a relationship. But usually you don't use your significant other's last name until you are firmly entrenched in said relationship by marriage. I'm not saying that's how it goes all the time. I'm just saying, like, it just feels a little soon. Here's the other question I want to ask. Would this be a story if there weren't for the age gap, and if it wasn't Bill Belichick, and if she wasn't so young and hot? Because let me ask you this about some of the players that you know on the Commanders, because obviously you do the Commander stuff, and I feel like you probably know some of their families, because my experience in baseball is that there were a lot of wives who did stuff for their husbands. Like, when their husbands were on the road, they would run their charity, they would try to send out stuff to the media, and they would do things behind the scenes as, their partner in business, and that's fine. But maybe people don't know that. People maybe don't see that. Is that a thing in football? Like, do you see significant others who are heavily involved in, like, their husband's career?
I don't really see it on a regular basis. I think it's very common, and it makes common sense, right? If you're involved with someone, whether you're married, whether you're not, certainly your significant other, your partner, is going to have some sort of say in how your career goes. I think what bothers me most about this is, Jordan Hudson has no official role. Like, it's one thing to say, I'm going to advise Bill Belichick, or we're going to talk about this as a couple. It's quite another to say, what I'm going to do is, even though I'm not an employee, I'm going to start emailing the staff, people who are employees, people that I don't have any sort of authority over, and I'm going to tell them what to do. And also, I think what's even more bothersome is, there's an age gap there, but she wants to have her cake and eat it too. You're the one putting this out on social media. You're the one with, what was it, on Halloween or whatever it was, where I don't remember the event, where she's a mermaid and Bill Belichick's got his fishing cap on and he's at the beach and he's reeling her in. Like, she puts all these pictures out there. She wants it to be out there. And then when it's out there, she's like, oh my God, this isn't getting the exact sort of response that I want. I don't want any of the negativity. I just want the positivity. If you're going to put it out there and there is an age gap, like, what do you expect? So don't expect to put that out there and suddenly everyone's just like, oh, awesome, Jordan. Awesome, Jordan. Like, you're part of the reason why this is happening in the first place. So she's trying to control everything with no official position. So it's one thing to advise. It's quite another to overstep your authority. And I feel like that's exactly what she's doing here. And when things go awry, look, the Carolina Tar Heels have not played a game yet. It's all well and fine when it's the offseason and you haven't played. But if Carolina starts losing, this will not fly.
Yeah, I think that's the bottom line for me, is I have always thought that the role of a significant other in a relationship, if you're, married to a high-powered person, somebody who is an athlete, somebody who's a coach, is you do your best to put your significant other in a position to succeed. You never want to do something that will go against that. We've seen this with wives in the past where, they go on a podcast and they say something that takes attention away from their husband. I think they're allowed to have podcasts, whatever. Just don't say something that's going to, put the media on their tail, like, at an important time of the season where it distracts them from their season. So I think it kind of leans into that a little bit. But yeah, it is pretty wild. Like, trying to take away some of these criticisms, like, what are we doing? Patrolling message boards? Who has time for this? Don't you feel like there are much better ways to use your time than saying, you need to stop saying it's nepotism? Who cares? Just coach.
Right. Well, imagine being a North Carolina employee, right? Like, you work for the team's media department, or you are some member of the staff, and Jordan Hudson, who you don't work for, by the way, you don't work for her, and she's saying, we need to ban this user, or we need to delete these comments. Like, first of all, like, I understand you need to have a level of decorum on a message board, right? Like, you can cross lines and it's okay. Listen, you can't just take these unfiltered shots at someone where you're really crossing a line and being offensive here. But at the same time, fans deserve, that's what forums are for, to express their opinions, and not everyone is going to be okay with this relationship, and that's fine. But now Jordan Hudson is going to play authoritarian and say, anything I don't like, delete it. In fact, ban the user. Imagine getting this email from Jordan Hudson. You're like, you don't even work here. You just have to be careful here. And I wonder how much of this is Bill Belichick or if this is just him letting her do whatever she wants to unchecked.
Yeah, that's definitely what it is I don't think that he has any reign over her right now. And I'm wondering how far she can push the limit until it's a problem. Like, do you think he's gotten annoyed yet? Because it feels like every time we see them, he's just like in La La Land. Like, he's like blissful. Like, he doesn't look like he's in a bad mood, which is a strange change from like what we've seen in his NFL career. So I don't know if their relationship is just that good where he doesn't care. But do you think there's going to come a day where he says, hey, this is enough. We got to stop?
I think at some point, like now, again, it's fine. I think, honestly, Bill Belichick, and what was the story from a few weeks ago where he wanted Jordan to handle all the social media, which is probably a good idea.
Which is
like
fine.
That I get.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's right in her wheelhouse. She'll probably do a good job at it. And the last thing he cares about is getting on Instagram or getting on X or whatever and making posts or creating reels on TikTok or dances. Like he wants to focus on football. So I think what has happened here, this is just me theorizing, as he said, great, handle this so I don't have to deal with it. So she got an inch and now she's taking a mile. She's like, oh, okay. Now you're letting me do this. I'm going to do this, this, and this. And he gets to focus on football and not worry about it. But I wonder how much he's truly in the know. I mean, at some point he will be, as to how much she's trying to exert her so-called power here. It's a lot.
Right, especially for somebody who has gone a long way to get every little advantage in football. Like, think of some of the things that Bill Belichick is accused of doing. And now that somebody on his own team is maybe putting him at a disadvantage, like when the football games start happening, and if they are losing, I think that's going to be the real test. Because everything's great when you're not playing games and you're undefeated. But if we see some adversity, that's when I think that's going to be the true test of the relationship.
Seriously. Oh, you don't think age is just a number? Ban user. Guys, ban this user. What are you doing? Coming up next on the show, we'll find some creative ways to bet on the NBA playoffs when Chelsea takes the lead, and I barely do a thing. I'm going to send some emails to people at Odyssey that I have no control over whatsoever. Hour 2 is next on the Daily Tip. It is here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
From the BetMGM Network, it's time for The Daily Tip.
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
With Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League Soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Dunkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Good morning. It's a Wednesday, and it's hour 2 of the Daily Tip, and it starts now on the BetMGM Network. I'm Chelsea Messenger. He's Michael Jenkins. Over the next hour, we will span the wide world of sports, and we'll start by highlighting some of the different ways to bet on an NBA playoffs. Do you go star player props? Do you go series spreads? We get creative in this segment. At 7:20, it's on to Major League Baseball. We'll give you our daily baseball bets. And then at 7:40, Travis Hunter says he's never playing football again if the team that drafts him doesn't do this one thing. We'll tell you what that one thing is and more, all coming up next on the Daily Tip. All right, Jenk, so I got myself some more coffee. And once again, I don't have creamer. It is simply iced coffee, unsweetened, and milk. I basically feel like a mine worker or somebody who's going to the factory for the day. This is what it feels when you don't have the little joys in life. Do you ever find yourself complaining about something that like wouldn't have been a problem like 10 years ago, or something that like we wouldn't have had a solution for 10 years ago? And you're like, wow, I'm a little spoiled by the times. Like yesterday I was going to buy some flowers at this little pop-up shop where they have these really good containers that I love to put out on my porch. And so I go to pay and I get out my Amex and I said, we don't take Amex. And I said, what? Like, it's an Amex Platinum. You need to take my card.
Yeah.
And they said, no, we don't take that. The fee's too high. Or you can pay cash. So what do you think I am, a drug dealer? I don't have cash. Who has cash these days? What is this, 1997? So I had to stop myself from actually saying that. Like, that was my dialogue in my brain. I was a little nicer than that, but it was real disappointing because I had to put my flowers back. It was embarrassing.
Oh, no. I'm so sorry. That sucks. Did you pull out your Discover card instead?
No, I don't have a Discover card.
I don't know anyone with a Discover card. That's what's crazy to me. Like, I don't have anything against Discover. I just don't know anyone who has a Discover card. I bet Double D has like 3 Discover cards. I don't know. I will say this. I remember during COVID, and it's the one time that someone, like for me, I don't carry cash at all, but cash should still be good, right? Like it's right.
I'm
like,
not a prostitute. Oh my God. Who has
not
cash?
A prostitute? I left that life behind a long time ago. Come on. No, I think that
it was 2007.
Come on, guys. It's more than a decade ago. It doesn't even count. So I remember I was getting a bottle of liquor from a liquor store, and I just had some cash with me, and I paid cash, and he goes, cash? Like he mocked me almost, and I was like, yeah. So it was so bizarre. I understand that we're getting more and more away from cash, but the fact that he snickered, this is 5 years ago. So it's not like this was even recent. This is during COVID, and he like snickered that I was like paying cash. I'm like, is this suddenly like weird that I'm actually paying with cash? Do not accept cash. But some places actually don't. So that was kind of a weird moment for me where I was like, where am I? And also it depends on where you are in the country. Like here in DC is very digital, but if I go to see Catherine's mom in South Carolina, like they very much still use cash in a lot of ways. So I also feel like it's geographic too.
Yeah. I remember like a few years ago, like here's the opposite side of that equation where I think I told you this story. Like we've been doing this show for so long. We know each other's stories. I pull up to a Smoothie King and I have a $20 bill. My smoothie is like $8 or something. And I hand her the 20. She says, we don't have change for this. So a $20 bill? We can't accept this. Well, how am I supposed to pay? Like, because that's the bottom line for me. If you have a form of money, you should be able to buy said goods with that form of money, especially if it's a normal credit card, especially if it's a $20 bill. And she looked at me like I was the crazy one.
What? That's
$20
That's
bill.
absolutely ridiculous. Like, this is not, I'm not giving you like absolutely I'm not giving you a $2 bill or something crazy. And even then, like, why would you don't have cash? You don't have change for a 20? I mean, you got to have a little cash on hand, right? It's a 20. What are you doing?
And that's not my problem. Like, it's not my fault she doesn't have change for a 20. That's a you problem.
Right. Don't put it out there like I'm in the wrong because I gave you a $20 bill. Like, come on.
For a like $8 smoothie. Like, I couldn't pay with a $5.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. If you can't buy a smoothie
like,
with
$20,
I don't want to live in this world.
I can pay with this $5 bill. Right. Like, if you want to bargain with me and say, hey, this is now a $5 smoothie, I'll meet you halfway.
I mean, you could do that too. That's really bizarre. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have an MX Platinum. I'm just a guy walking around with a debit card, Chelsea.
Well, like, I have an MX Platinum, and they wouldn't let me buy my damn flowers. So what good is it doing me? An airport lounge here and there? I don't know. All right, Jenks. I suppose we'll move on. All right, so maybe the books will accept an Amex Platinum. In fact, I know they do because I have put money on my BetMGM account that way. All right, so NBA playoffs are well underway. We had the play-in start last night, and it continues tonight. But we were looking for some creative ways to bet on the NBA playoffs. Betting on whoever wins the NBA Finals, boring. Let's find some other ways. You know, so I think one of the ways to start for me was, here is my hypothesis. I think when it comes to the playoffs, the star players truly shine because obviously when elimination is on the line, this is when they step up and say, hey, I am not leaving this to chance. We are not letting our role player decide the end of this game. I'm going to step up and I'm going to take the big shots and I'm going to take the bulk of the shots for the game. So here's what you can do over at BetMGM. If you go to BetMGM and you click the futures tab, there's all kinds of ways you can bet on the playoffs. And here's one of them. You can bet on star player props and their average points per game for the entirety of the postseason. So a lot of stuff goes into this. You need somebody who's going to be playing every game. So if they have health concerns, do not play that person. If there's blowout potential, probably don't play that person either because they might be sitting for the last few minutes of the game. And you need somebody who's going to have the bulk of the weight on their shoulders to be the star player. So when we start with Jason Tatum and we see 26.9 points per game for the entirety of the playoffs, that one makes me a little nervous, Jenks, because the Celtics are a team that is not a one-star player team. They can evenly distribute the load. So like for anybody for the Celtics, it's going to be a no for me just because it feels like this is a team where it could be Derek White going off. It could be Jaylen Brown going off. It doesn't have to be Jason Tatum every night. So I don't think I really want to bet on any star player props for the Celtics.
I totally agree with you. I mean, that's one of their strengths, right? They're a very deep team. And so one night it could be Kristaps. The next night it could be Al Horford stepping up. The next night it could be Jaylen Brown or Drew Holiday. They could beat you in so many different ways. So sure, he'll have a night. There's no question that throughout the playoffs, Jason Tatum will have a night where he will eclipse this. But the question is, will he do this over the course of a series? I'm kind of like you. If I'm betting on this, I would not lay $135. The under is essentially even money plus 100. So I understand he's the star. I understand he's the primary scorer. But with all of the different ways and all the different guys who can step up at any given moment, and plus other teams are going to key on him anyway, which will open things up for the rest of the team, I'm with you. I would not bet the over here.
Yeah, so I think when you look for players who kind of fit this mold of players you want for this specific bet, feels like Cade Cunningham jumps off the page to me because he is the guy for the Pistons. He's averaging 30 points per game against the Knicks. And there's a chance that the Pistons could go home after the first round. You know, if you believe the line in this one, the Knicks are pretty heavy favorites in this series. And so you only really have to handicap one series. You have to say, okay, Cade Cunningham is going to average The number at BetMGM is 25.9 points per game during the length of this series. Maybe they go further, but even if they do we really see the Pistons advancing without Cade Cunningham having to have big games every single night? Like, here are his last 5 game logs: 35, 25, 35, 36, 36. And again, averaging 30 against the Knicks. I feel like this is one that's tailor-made for this type of bet. Series, points prop, 25.9 points per game for Cade Cunningham. You got to hit the over there for minus 140.
Oh, my God. Absolutely. I love this bet because, A, he's going to be motivated. B, he's averaged against the Knicks this season, I believe,
30.
a little over 30. Right. So he's right there. And not only that, what is the one thing we've talked about in this series that might give the Pistons a chance? It's the Knicks defense and how they have struggled, not just against Cunningham, but against other teams in general. So I feel like this is a low number. I'd lay the juice with it. $140. I'm surprised it's not juiced even higher, or at least the number itself is not higher. Love this bet.
Yeah. Okay. So on the flip side of that, for the Knicks, how do we feel about Jalen Brunson? So the number for him over at BetMGM for the entirety of the playoffs. So keep in mind, if the Knicks move on, I feel like that kind of goes against this bet because then they'll face tougher competition down the road. 26.1 points per game for the entirety of the series for Jalen Brunson. Do we like it, Jenks? Or is this one a little bit more complicated than maybe Cade Cunningham?
Yeah, I think it's a little more complicated. But then again, if anyone's going to step up, if anyone has to step up for the Knicks, then it's going to be Jalen Brunson. I don't know if I want to lay $150 here. The Knicks are more of a balanced squad. Like, I can see sort of like, you know what I mean? It's not like the Celtics, but on any given night, okay, maybe it's OG Anunoby stepping up, or then maybe Josh Hart has been at times, been awesome.
Karl Anthony Towns.
Karl Anthony Towns, right? It's like you can go with different guys who could step up on any given night. Kind of like the Celtics. I know they're not as deep as Boston, but it worries me a little bit that you could have a series where, again, sure, he could eclipse that. Will probably eclipse that in at least a game or two, but it doesn't mean he's going to hit this average.
Yeah, I think I'm on that boat, especially like if the Knicks move on. I'm not sure if he has massive games, in the next round, because then you're handicapping 2 series. Here's another good one, I think. Giannis Antetokounmpo. So for the regular season, he's averaging 30.4 points per game. So the series average for him is 30.4 points per game. The over juice to minus 150. He's had some massive games against the Pistons, averaging 30 even. So obviously, if he averages 30 even, you do not win that bet. So you should keep that in mind. But I do think that there is a chance that the Bucks go home after this series. And especially if Damian Lillard does not come back, it's going to be the Giannis show against the Pacers.
Oh, there's no question about it. And right now we know that Damian Lillard is probably going to be out. Like, he's still having issues with that blood clot, so he's not going to play early on. So if the Bucks are going to win this series, then they're going to have to rely on Giannis. And Giannis is one of those guys who, he can carry that load. Even if you try to stop him, then he's just going to find a way. They're going to have Giannis be Giannis in a huge way if they want to win. So I know it's a big number, but I feel like, especially without Damian Lillard in the lineup, it's got to be Giannis, and it's got to be the over here. I know it's high, but I don't know if I want to lay $150, but I feel like if you're talking about Giannis without his PIC, then you got to go over.
Yeah, especially like if I'm playing something, it's definitely the over. Like, it's never the under for me. Like, maybe you don't bet on it, but like, it has to be Giannis, I think, for me. And I think people have kind of forgotten about Giannis. Like, he was an MVP of the league. Somebody's won an NBA Finals. So if he has his mind set on something, he can definitely hit this. All right, last one, and I'll give you a take your pick. Take your pick, LeBron or Luka. Series average for the entirety of the playoffs. LeBron, 24.6 points per game, or Luka, 28.5 points per game for the entirety of the NBA playoffs.
Oh, I think it's going to be Luka. I mean, juice to the over at minus 160. That's expensive, but I just feel like he's going to absolutely go off here. Like, this is a guy who's motivated. He's healthy. JJ Redick has talked about leaning into Luka and his knowledge of the Western Conference. And ultimately, I think motivation here, which you can never quantify, is going to be massive. I think he's going to go off in this playoff series. And I think honestly, I think that's the best way for the Lakers to win. Let LeBron sort of control the tempo of the game, use his basketball smarts to sort of maintain and sort of manage how the Lakers play basketball while also letting Luka just go off, and I think he will. I actually think this is a touch low, and the reason why it's juiced to the over, probably a public play, but I think I would go over for Luka.
Well, especially for somebody who is a scorer, and he can really skew this average with one game. Like, is anybody going to be shocked if Luka drops a 50 burger in the playoffs at any time? No. So that's what you're looking at, is series average and series average throughout the playoffs. So for somebody with that upside, I would be on the over for Luka Doncic for sure. All right, coming up next, time to switch gears and talk a little baseball. Our best plays for the MLB slate coming your way next on the Daily Tip.
Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. Off and rocking on this Wednesday. It is April the 16th. In this segment, we'll get to our favorite plays in Major League Baseball. So, Jenks, I've been telling you that my husband and I have been watching the Netflix documentary about the Red Sox last year. I think it's called The Clubhouse. And I was watching it yesterday with Jake. And there was this fascinating story that I had never heard. Like, we cover baseball on a daily basis. So I feel like I know a lot of the backstories, a lot of the players, especially if they're good ones. Like, you hear them, you come across them. MLB.com will do a story. But this is one that I had not heard of. Cam Boozer pitched for the Red Sox last year. Now he's pitching for the White Sox this year, but obviously Netflix was chronicling last year. So we got to hear a story with the Red Sox. So apparently this was a guy that was playing baseball, but then got hit by a car while on a bike, had a drug suspension, multiple surgeries, and then retired from baseball at 25 and became a carpenter. So he was like living his life as a carpenter in like Seattle or something. And then I guess he was pitching, he was doing pitching lessons. And he just decided one day to like throw in front of a gun, like a radar gun, and he hit 98. He said, maybe I should start playing baseball again. So what he does is he goes through the independent leagues and he works his way up. He finally gets signed by the Red Sox on a minor league deal. And then last year he made his major league debut at age 31. And they showed this moment on the show. They showed him like getting the call to the big leagues. It was really cool, but I feel like this is what makes sports incredible when you see these incredible comeback stories, because we were watching it and Jake said, this is like the plot line of The Natural, huh? Isn't that the name of the movie where it's Dennis Quaid and he just throws this amazing fastball? I think he's like pretty old. I don't know how old he was in the movie. But I thought Netflix did a good job of finding this, because especially for the Red Sox, you would think you've heard all the good stories, but there are so many stories like this in baseball. And I think this is what people, you know, can latch on to. If you want to get like involved in baseball, you got to find the personal stories, because then you find yourself rooting for these type of people.
Oh, absolutely. And I would also say, you know, this is, I mean, it's specific to baseball, but also specific to all sports. Like the Masters, I think, is a good example where when we were watching, and I know that I've been talking about this, but when the lovely Catherine and I were sitting on the couch and 3 days earlier, she's like, golf is so boring. Golf is so boring. And then she's riveted because I was giving her a little background. Like, the reason why everyone is so excited about this final round and why everyone's tuned in is because of this, this, and this. And so she's like, oh, so tell me about this. What about this? And all of a sudden, there's this emotional investment because, oh, I didn't know this story. So all of a sudden, I'm rooting for this person, or, you know, it can be the opposite too. Like, I don't like this person. But when you know the stories behind the individual players and sometimes the teams themselves watching something, then it changes your viewing experience, right? So, and baseball is like that too, because you have these stories of guys that maybe aren't household names, but they have incredible stories. And so you track them because you say, I really want this guy to do well. You're not going to believe the story behind him. And then it just brings you in.
Right. And here's the interesting part about like sports is that, so they're showing him in his major league debut and he gives off a lead off triple. And you're like, oh no. Because here's the thing about sports. No matter how great your story is, you are not guaranteed success. So like that makes the stakes even higher, because it's like an HBO show. You know that there is a chance that there's not going to be a happy ending, but I feel like that adds to the intrigue of it.
Oh, absolutely. Because you just, and sometimes that's the, you know, that's why we watch. You just, like, if everything always ended with a happy ending, it wouldn't be worth watching. It'd be, yes, like, hey, you know that it's going to be another great finish. It's going to be another storybook, and some it's not. And I'll just go back to Roy for a minute, because looking back last year at the U.S. Open, we thought we were going to see a storybook ending, right? Oh, he's finally going to win a major. He's finally going to win a major. He's finally going to break the drought, not the Grand Slam. And what does he do? Blows it. And it's like, this is not a storybook ending. And now we're going to have to wait he's going to have to wait again and go through this entire offseason and hire a sports psychologist and be in his head. And then when it finally does happen, you're like, oh my God, the relief. And it's because of the failure. So a lot of the failure works into when you finally do get that ending that maybe you want to happen or that you hope to happen. It's because you've seen the failures before.
Right. What was the first TV show or movie that didn't have a happy ending that surprised you? Like for me, I think I watched The Breakup with Jennifer Aniston and Vince Vaughn, and it's kind of marketed as a romantic comedy. So like you go in thinking, okay, like they're going to get back together. They're going to get back together. At the end, like I don't want to be, spoiler alert, cover your ears. They do not get back together. And like the end of the movie is them like, they see each other out, they say hi, and that's it. Like they just didn't end up together. And like I mentioned HBO, I feel like they do that a lot where they're not afraid to kill off main characters. Do you remember a show where you first saw that and you're like, whoa, this is different?
Yes. One was Castaway with Tom Hanks, which I love that movie. And, he goes back and he finds his wife who thought he was dead. You think, oh my God, they're going to end up together now. And they don't. And so, because it's just too late. And so, of course, it tries to end on this grand note where, okay, now he has a new life to live. He has different choices. And that's kind of the beauty of it. But I thought, oh, they're going to get together. They don't. But the one that really shocked me, which hit me really hard, was when 24 was popular back in the day, with Kiefer Sutherland. And at the beginning, my memory is fading a little bit, but he was involved, had an affair with someone, not his wife, obviously, who he ended up working with. Okay. And he ended up working with this woman who ended up was going behind his back or was actually like one of the enemies. And so finally, I remember, he had caught on to her and was kind of working with her because she was offering up information. And then I think he's got her like pinned down on the ground. And this is a main character. And she says something, wait. I can help you. I've got information. And he goes, oh, no, you don't. And just like kills her right there. And I was like, wait, what? He just pulled out a gun. I was like, no, you don't. And I remember thinking, I have never seen a main character with such a huge part of the story just die like that, like out of nowhere. And that was the first time. It was really kind of a sea change where now there's a lot of times you don't get happy endings at all, or you see endings that you would never anticipate, and shows aren't afraid to kill off main characters who have been around for a while.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like watching the Red Wedding episode of Game of Thrones, you're like, uh-oh, didn't see this one happening.
Right.
Where do they go from here? But yeah, that's what makes it so good when you truly don't know the ending. All right, so do we know the ending of some of these baseball games? Let's try to predict some as we go down the MLB slate and pick some winners. Jenks, I wanted to start with this one because I think it's interesting. Spencer Strider is pitching for the Braves today against the Blue Jays. It is going to be his season debut, and he hasn't pitched in the big leagues in over a year because he has been coming off of surgery. But I will say, on his way up through rehab, he had 13 strikeouts and allowed just 1 run over 5 1/3 innings for the AAA team in Gwinnett on Thursday. So this is an interesting wild card here. Somebody who once led the majors by far in strikeouts, and you get the Braves at -150 today. They are favored, but, in the days of Spencer Strider's dominance, like the Braves are like -220. Chris Bassett goes for Toronto, total of 7.5. How do you play this one?
Oh, I love this game. You can get an 8. It's a little juicy, but you can go under 8 at -150, and I'm going to do it. I'm laying the juice today. Nothing to lose for this guy. Maybe it won't be a happy ending for me. Sometimes characters die. Maybe I'll die after this pick. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows how it's going to go down for me? But you mentioned Spencer Strider. He looks awesome, by the way. And he's also been working on a new pitch not a new pitch to the game of baseball, but he's sort of working on this curve that hasn't really been a part of his arsenal. So he looks better than ever. And then Chris Bassett has been awesome this season. 2 earned runs over 3 appearances in 18 2/3 innings. So I think it's going to be a great early game to watch. The Blue Jays are the 4th best under team in all of baseball. Jays and Braves rank in the top 10 to the under in the first 5. I'd look at that as well. But I think I'm going to go full game under -150.
Ooh, I was looking at a first 5 under. You can get 4 for -105. You can get 4.5 for -140. Unfortunately, 5 is -190, but I think the handicap for me is if you are squarely focusing on Spencer Strider, I don't think he's going to go that long. Like, he'll probably go 5 innings. Maybe you could convince me on a first 7 bet. And honestly, like, if he does a great job, you don't have to sweat in the final innings of the game if, it's very low scoring and you just, need a couple runs to keep it under the total. But I do think under is a good look, especially with the way these lineups have been this year. The Atlanta Braves have not been the sluggers that we once saw in previous years. Looking towards the bottom of the top 10 in all of Major League Baseball in just about every offensive metric. So I think under's a good play. I think I would lean towards the first 5 under, though. Under 4 for -105. So different bets, same handicap for both of us on that game. All right, free roll here. Is there any other game that you saw and it immediately jumped off the page? I'll say this. As opposed to yesterday where I liked a lot of bets, there's not as many that jump off the page today. But also I went 0-2 on my bets, so maybe it's a good thing.
Well, I will say this. I'm going to go back to the well with the Guardians and the Orioles here. So I like that bet yesterday at plus money. I like it again today. You get the Guardians at plus 115 in Baltimore. Look, the Orioles just aren't playing good baseball right now. They've won 3 of their last 11 games. You've got Dean Kramer on the mound. So his best outing of the season was when he gave up 3 runs to the Royals over 4 1/3 innings a couple outings ago. After that, got hammered by 6 runs and 4 2/3 by the Diamondbacks. He hasn't been able to get on track. And then you've got Gavin Williams going for the Guardians, really solid this season, and hasn't faced the toughest of lineups. Still, the Orioles just are not hitting the ball, and I feel like the Orioles are just overvalued at this point. So I'm going to go back to the well and plus money on the Guardians at plus 115.
Yeah, back in the days when the Orioles lineup was hitting and they were one of the best lineups in baseball, you could say, okay, it doesn't matter if Dean Kramer's pitching because they're going to score 8 runs a game or something. Not the case this year for the Orioles. They're not one of the worst offenses in baseball, but they're still not one of the best. Not good enough to make up for the fact that some of their starting pitching has not been good because that's always been the case for Dean Kramer. He is not a high top of the rotation guy. If you look at the Orioles right now sitting at 19th when it comes to OPS, and the Guardians are ahead of them. Like, the Guardians are always one of those scrappy teams that I feel like they're going to have good defense, they're going to have good pitching, and they're going to have a few guys in the lineup that are going to be good for a couple RBI. Like, Jose Ramirez is generally pretty good. So I wouldn't talk you off of it. It's not going to make the card for me, but I totally see where you're going. And if, we're talking strategy here, it's always good to try to find some good underdogs in baseball because, we see this all the time. Favorites are not always the play in Major League Baseball because it is a large sample size sport. Anybody can beat anybody on any given day, and we've seen that. Like, the Nationals beat the Dodgers this year. Stranger things have happened. How about this one, Jenks? Because we've been a very Diamondbacks-friendly show. Diamondbacks against the Marlins. Diamondbacks won big over the Marlins yesterday. But the pitching matchup here today is a little bit less of a mismatch. Max Meyer goes for the Fish today. He's 1-1 with a 2 flat ERA. Marlins plus 135, D-backs minus 160 behind Brandon Pfaadt, who's had a pretty good season, 2-1, 3.50 ERA. Total of 8.5 runs. Is there something that you're looking at in this game?
Yeah, actually, I like the Marlins in the first 5 at plus 110. I feel like everyone is sleeping on Max Meyer and his story. And look, this is a guy who has really good stuff, and he's finally recovered. He had to sit out for a couple seasons because of Tommy John, and he's going to be one of those guys that is going to get better as the season has gone on. Like, we're already seeing that. Gave up a run against the Pirates, gave up 3 to the Braves, shut out the Mets in his last outing, going 6 1/3 while striking out 4. Like, he's a very good pitcher. There's a reason why he was a top 5 pick. And Brandon Pfaadt has settled down, become a nice pitcher for Arizona. But in his only road start this season, gave up 4 runs to the Nats in 6 innings. Your sabotage factor always is the Arizona bats, right? Because the D-backs can absolutely rake. But ultimately here, I think if you want some plus money, the Marlins in the first 5 at plus 110 is not a bad bet.
I think you could even say that if you believe in Max Meyer, you go first 5 under, 4.5. If you think he's going to have a good shot at, slowing down the Arizona bats, and if you believe that Brandon Pfaadt can slow down a very pedestrian lineup for the Marlins, I think those kind of go hand in hand. Like, if you want to parlay them, you could do that as well. But for me, I think I would lean towards that. First 5 under 4.5. Like the pitching matchup here, one really solid pitcher who gets a tough matchup, but he got a tough matchup last time around against the Mets. And like you said, 6 1/3 shutout ball along with 4 strikeouts. So we get a 4.5 in the first 5. I think I will be on that for that game. All right, Robbie Ray's back on the mound for the Giants today. Phillies looking to, continue playing good baseball. Aaron Nola going for the Phils today. -145 is the price for the home team here on the Phils. Total of 7.5. We're running out of time. Jenks, do we like the Phillies here?
Sure, love them. There you
Phillies.
Go. Let's go.
Check. Yeah, there you
Check.
go. There's your handicap. Trust us, bro. All right, we're running out of time in this segment, but we will be back in a few minutes to talk Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter already making demands. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Let's go. Wake up, people. It's time for the Daily Tip. We've got more of it coming your way now. We'll start this segment by diving into the headlines that always surround Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, including Travis Hunter making one huge demand for whatever team drafts him in the NFL draft. So, Jenks, during the break, we've had a little music talk because I knew that Shedeur Sanders had a song, but I had not listened to it. I think it came out last year. And of course, Colorado, I think, listened to it in the locker room. But the name of Shedeur Sanders' song is called Perfect Timing. So during the break, I took a little listen and I listened to the first, let's say, 17 seconds of the song.
Okay.
And I'm already hitting the buzzer on no. It's a no from me, dog. Because here's my take here. It's not because of the rap. It's not because of his talent. I don't really like slow rap songs. If I'm listening to rap, I want it to be something that I either listen to while I work out, while I run, or something I want to dance to. Like this slow jam stuff, no. I feel like you have to have an established career before you can pivot to slow jams. Like Lil Wayne can do this. Lil Wayne had all these bangers, and then he can do like the slow ones where like, okay, we'll have a listen. Drake can do this. But in general, like, I'm not a slow rap kind of gal. Do you find yourself listening to like the slow jams? Like, do you like Drake's music that's not like the club bangers?
I mean, his song Nokia is an absolute banger. Like his new album, I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm not even a Drake guy. It's really hot. Like it's a really good album with Party Next Door.
Hot.
It really is. I'm telling you, it's with Party Next Door. That album is really good because he finally does what he does best, which is lean into like pop and, you know, have pop sensibility as opposed to just going hardcore rap, which I don't think is his thing, which is why he got ethered by Kendrick. But I think that, yeah, from time to time, if it's the right vibe, I'll get into it, but it's not generally what I go to.
I feel like there are very few rappers that I like it from. Like Post Malone is maybe one of them, but like most of them, like, no. I want to be hyped up. Like, that's why I listen to rap. So Shedeur, maybe take a page out of Jello's book and just make something that we can all dance to and bend the corner and imagine ourselves like at the grocery store, bend in the corner on aisle 3. But yeah, I'm not a huge fan. And I also just found out this. I didn't know Deion Sanders had a song. Apparently he had a song called Prime Time back in the day. And I feel like if it would have been better, maybe I would have heard of it.
Oh, man. Yeah, it wasn't great. I remember it now in the back of my head. Also, Shaq had a song back in the day. Remember when he did what was the movie called? Shazam? And the song was called We Genies? Yeah, that was not... We Genies. We Genies. It didn't really catch on like I think maybe they thought they were going to. Also, Shaq did rap back in the day, too. He also had some rap songs as well.
He's a successful DJ now. Like, he came to Nashville. And, like, one of my friends who is not into sports at all was like, hey, DJ Diesel's coming to town. I'm like, do you mean Shaq? She's like, yeah, he's a good DJ. I'm like, okay. But Shaq does it all. Like, that's what I do respect about Shaq. He is an absolute hustler. All right, so let's get to some of these headlines. First, let's start with headline number 1. Did you see that Colorado is going to be retiring both jerseys of Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter? People had all kinds of opinions about this because I think a lot of people understand why you would retire the jersey of Travis Hunter. He won the Heisman. He's a two-way player. He's an absolute unicorn. But Shedeur Sanders, he is a good quarterback. But I feel like if we start retiring jerseys of good quarterbacks, like who would Alabama have left? They would have no numbers to choose from. Jenks, do you think this was the right call, retiring Shedeur's number as well?
Shedeur getting his number retired is an absolute joke. Like, it's an insult and it's lowering the bar. I'm not kidding. Travis Hunter, of course, he's an absolute unicorn, deserves it. One of the best two-way players I've ever seen.
Yeah.
But this is what happens when you live in this sort of a hot take society where people, you know, they hear about Shedeur and Travis and they're very much closely associated, but you lose any and all context. Yes, Of course, these guys helped bring Colorado back to the forefront. Colorado went 13-12 over 2 years. Did they win a conference championship? No. Did they win a bowl game? No. We just talk about him a lot. Travis Hunter is a different story. Shedeur Sanders is a very good quarterback, but very good doesn't mean you should have your number retired. By the way, it's an insult to former Colorado players. Does anyone remember Cordell Stewart, former All-American quarterback for Colorado? Shedeur Sanders is not an All-American. Cordell Stewart does not have his number retired. Darren Cheverini, very good receiver for Colorado in the 90s, said, hey, we got to slow down a little bit here and really take a breath before we just start retiring jerseys just because someone had a really good season. Look at last year's quarterback class, okay? Caleb Williams, of course, won the Heisman Trophy. His jersey is retired. Jaden Daniels won the Heisman Trophy. Is his jersey retired? No. Michael Penix Jr., hell of a quarterback, great quarterback, All-American. Number retired? No. J.J. McCarthy won a national title. Is his number retired? No. Bo Nix, Pac-12 Offensive Player of the Year. Number not retired. It's absolutely wild that because of social media and because we see these guys all the time, we build them up. Shedeur Sanders is a very good quarterback, but man, it's an insult to Colorado history. Colorado won a national title in 1990. So it's not like this is the first time Colorado has been good. Yeah, it's the first time in a long time. The real credit goes to Coach Prime because Coach Prime brings it great coaches, and he's done a great job bringing great players. Shedeur Sanders is a very good player, but retiring his jersey is a real insult to great players who have played at Colorado before him, and it's just lowering the bar across the board.
Right. I think that's what maybe casual fans or people who don't follow Colorado football. Because I'll admit, I had to look at this list and say, okay, who else played at Colorado? Because you say, okay, maybe they haven't had that many good players. They've had some great players. You mentioned this yesterday. Rashaan Salam won a Heisman Trophy.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Westbrook is in the College Football Hall of Fame. So it's not like they are bereft of good players. So it's just, again, it kind of waters down some of those great players when you add Shedeur Sanders to the list. So I think that's a pretty fair take. It's nothing against Shedeur Sanders. It's just, you didn't win a Heisman. You didn't win a national championship. So I don't know, maybe raise the bar. How about this quote from Travis Hunter that caused a stir on social media yesterday? He said, quote, he's never playing football again if he can't play both ways in the NFL. Jenks, this is a strong quote. And I can't decide if it's good for the team that he goes to or if it's bad for him. Because I understand what he's getting at. He is very good on both sides of the football, and he could, be really helpful to whatever team he plays for. But do you think his career in the NFL would be shortened if he played on both sides of the football?
Yeah, I think that's exactly the point, Chelsea, which is it's not about his talent. It's just that the NFL is such a physical league, and he's pretty slight. So I think it's not, look, does he have the talent to do it? No question about it. I think the best thing to do is to play him in spots where, okay, you make him a full-time defensive back, and then in certain packages you put him in as a receiver, and he'd be a legitimate threat. But playing full-time in the NFL on both sides of the football, because it's such a physical game, so much different than the college game, I think it could honestly shorten his career a little bit. He could do it, but I think he would take so much punishment in the NFL that it might limit the longevity of how long he wants to play. So I think I think he can still do both, but I think you have to be judicious about how much you play him on either side of the ball, probably on offense.
Yeah, it needs to be situational. It doesn't need to be an every down thing. Because think about it. If he's a top 5 draft pick, this is a big investment for a team. And why would you want to run your investment into the ground by playing him every single play of every single game? And I understand that's not the quote that he had. I understand that he wants to be involved on both sides of football. He didn't say how much. And obviously, if you're a team, you say, okay, we'll put you in for one play. There you go. You've played on both sides of the ball. There are ways around this.
Right.
Which side of the football are you most excited to see him play in the NFL? Is it receiver simply because it's easier to see a receiver make plays? Or do you say, hey, he's really athletic and this is a passing game? He could be a true boost to somebody's secondary.
I think it's a cornerback. Like, I think he's an exceptional receiver, but he is as good as he is as a receiver. Like, he's a lockdown dynamic cornerback, and those are so difficult to find in the NFL. Like, he could be a very good receiver, but I don't want to, I was going to say receivers are a dime a dozen. They're not. It's easier to find. That's not true. It's easier to find a productive receiver than it is to find a lockdown corner. Because if you're a lockdown corner, you can shut down a side of the field. Like, you can really alter an opposing offense. So I feel like that's where his most natural talent is. And certainly, look, he's a hell of a receiver as well. I'm not taking anything away from his offensive prowess, but I really want to see him defensively. And then just imagine him, shutting down an offense, and he comes in on certain sets or in certain situations on offense and makes a difference. Then I think he's going to be absolutely dynamic in that way.
Well, and plus, I think it's good for football when we have some of those big name cornerbacks. Like, it's been a while. Like you said, we don't really see. It's not that we don't have good cornerbacks in the league. It's just we don't have those ones that just have, the extra swag or the extra media attention. Like, the one that I could think of, like Sauce Gardner had his moment where, like, people are like, oh, he's the next big thing. But he also plays for the Jets, who have not been good. Also, on the Jets, Revis Island. Remember that? That was a thing.
Yeah.
So, again, it's not like we don't have good cornerbacks in the NFL. It's just, I think we need some that have a little swag and have a little more attention. That's what we've been missing. So I am excited to see Travis Hunter play on that side of the football. And again, it's a passing league. This is your best line of defense against some of these great passing quarterbacks.
I totally agree. And I think that I really feel like that the Browns are going to take Travis Hunter at 2. Like, I know they need a quarterback, but he's such a rare talent. And if you're Cleveland, think about it this way. You really need something you can sell right now. And I'm not completely sold on either one of the Browns are going to suck anyway. I would wait a year, get a quarterback next year. They're going to suck no matter what. Bring in a guy who's a Heisman Trophy winner who you can sell and who is an awesome talent.
Right. And then you have, Myles Garrett on one line of the defense. You have Travis Hunter on the other line. So, pretty impressive. I would watch it. All right, coming up next, hour 3 of the Daily Tip starts by recapping the fireworks that we saw in the play-in tournament in the NBA last night. Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is Wednesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Coming up in our final hour, we will look back at last night's NBA play-in games and then get you set for tonight's action with the Heat visiting the Bulls and the Mavs out west to meet the Kings. Our coverage of that Eastern Conference battle continues in 20 minutes with Alex Solana, the pre- and post-game host for the Heat on WQAM radio. Then we take you through our best bets at 8:40. Also, check us out on Stadium via ValleySportsLive.com and the Valley Sports Live app, along with YouTube TV, DirecTV, Amazon Prime, Samsung TV Plus, and other platforms. Chelsea, what's going on in the world? Pop culture-wise, get me up to date. You know what? I'm actually finally doing it. I've been talking about staying off my phone more, and I've done a really good job. But I'm trying to find that balance between making sure I'm informed and updated on what's happening. Because I find myself, especially with the news, like just doom scrolling. I'm like, I don't like this. I don't like this. This is terrible. And it's not great. And so I'm like, you know what? I'm going to take a breather here and just take a breath and relax a little bit and stay off the Black Mirror in my hand. So what is something pop culture, something fun, anything to lift my spirits and get me going in this final hour?
Well, I don't know if this is going to lift your spirits, but the talk on social media yesterday, at least in like the sports journalism circles, was, did you see the Braves reporter who got the phone number of a girl during a live broadcast? Like, this was like the huge deal. Did you see this?
I did not see this. Oh my God.
Okay, so let me set the stage for you.
Yes,
I feel like I was ready to because a lot of people were mad about this. And I was ready to be mad too, saying, okay, like maybe this guy needs to focus on baseball. Like, I don't know, there's a baseball game going on. But when you watch the broadcast, like it's a lighthearted broadcast, like, because that's the thing about baseball. Sure. There is a lot of free time to fill. So they do some crowd work where they go into the stands and they talk to people. So this young guy, who is the reporter, was talking to a couple of blonde, attractive females. So the broadcast booth is like, hey, get their number. And so he keeps talking to them. And he's like, yeah, they want me to get your number. And like, there's this whole conversation. But a lot of female reporters were mad, saying, hey, if a female reporter did this, she would probably lose her job and she would get raked over the coals on social media, which I think is true. But I feel like you can't use that for saying, hey, this guy needs to get raked over the coals too. You say, hey, maybe we keep this in mind next time we do something to a female reporter and say, hey, this is not professional. So like, I think it goes both ways. Like in the moment, if you watch the video, I feel like it wasn't as big of a deal as it needs to be. But Jenks, you know this about the internet. There are things that the internet gets mad over that I feel like it's a very internet thing. Like in real life, it's not that big of a deal. But this was something that drove the internet mad yesterday. So if you want to know, go watch that video.
Okay, I'll watch. I think you make a really good point, which is just because there might be a double standard, which it sounds like there is a double standard, and I totally agree with you, doesn't mean that we just have to punish this person who didn't really do anything wrong, and especially if it was a lighthearted moment. Now, I need to watch it. But I always say, like, I wish the people who get so angry about this, like on the internets, like I wish you would take that same energy and focus it on a real problem. Not that things don't need to be called, but you know what I mean? Like there are so many actual problems going on in the world, and not to get too serious, but it's like if you spent half as much time trying to solve some real issues as opposed to just being livid and like throwing your hands up because you saw a guy in a telecast get a number, like we'd actually make some progress. It's like, all right, just calm. Because some people get really into this. They go back and forth in the comments. It's like your energy, I can assure you, would be better spent elsewhere. And plus, people will forget about this in 24 hours.
Right. This is a prime example of something that's a huge deal on the internet, but not in real life. Like another example is like the Harrison Butker stuff. Like the thing that he said about like women, which like I have a job. Like I don't want to just be a homemaker, but listen, his speech does not affect me. I don't care what his opinion is. He doesn't have any say over my life. So honestly, I don't care that much. It's not a big deal.
Oh, God, I'm not even going to get into that conversation.
It's tough for you to be in a spot. I don't want to put you on the spot because I feel like I can say these things because I am a female. I know this puts you in a difficult position. So you can play the fifth, Jenks.
It's fine. I have certain opinions about it, but, instead, what will I do? I'll just softly pivot to the Magic and the Hawks, as natural as it can be. Last night, Magic all over the Hawks, 120-95. We'll get to this and look at the recaps pretty quickly and then look ahead to tonight's game. The Magic covered the 6.5. They were minus 230 on the money line. Total set at 220.5. The under hits. Paolo Banchero was 17. Doesn't lead the way, but gets it done.
Banchero shakes his head no.
Magic have numbers.
12-point Magic lead. Banchero, another and one.
Banchero asked about Harrison Butker, shakes his head no. He's not going to talk about it. No. 17 for Apollo once again. Cole Anthony comes off the bench, scores 26. The Magic advance to face the 7th seed Boston on Sunday, and Trae Young ejected from this game. He was unhappy with the referees and how they were calling.
Yeah, Trae Young doing Trae Young things. But this wasn't very much of a game in the fourth quarter. Like in the third quarter, I watched the second half of this game, and the Hawks kind of made a charge. And a lot of it was simply because Orlando could not make a shot. And this is the sabotage factor for Orlando in the playoffs. Their defense is always good, and they're always going to be physical on the boards, and we saw that last night. But sometimes their offense is kind of prone to lapses. It's similar to like what we saw from like the Houston Cougars in the world of college basketball. But Paolo Banchero was a huge boon here. Even though it doesn't show up as much on the stat sheet, you say, oh, he only had 17 points. He is still the driving force of that offense. Still had 9 rebounds, 7 assists in that game. So like he was a huge boost to this Magic lineup. I know he's been dealing with some injuries, but the Magic looked like the squarely better team in this one. Play the song. The Magic are moving on.
Moving on, they face the Celtics on Friday night in game 1 of that first round series. Celtics laying 13.5 points. The series price Magic 22-1. The Celtics minus 10,000. Don't bet that. Warriors taking on the Grizzlies last night, and the Warriors get it done 121-116. The Grizzlies plus 6.5, so they cover the number. The Warriors minus 290, and your total at BetMGM 225.5. The over hits. This is a 2-point game with just more than a minute to play when Steph Curry starts doing his thing.
Butler with the move. Green, Curry, 3, good!
Call courtesy of TNT. That's the great Kevin Harlan. Steph with 2 clutch 3-pointers puts the game away as part of his 37 on the night. Jimmy Butler, 38 points, 7 boards, 6 assists. Golden State moving on to a first-round series against the Rockets on Friday night. Steph was great, but this is also why they made the trade for Jimmy Butler. He was fantastic.
Yeah, playoff Jimmy was great. Steph was chef cooking in this one. Night, Grizzlies. We'll see you later, or at least we'll not see you, in the actual tournament unless you win another game. This one had to feel good for the Warriors because it was the Grizzlies that have been running their mouth about the Warriors over the last few years. Remember when Ja Morant famously said, oh, we're not worried about anybody in the Western Conference. We're only worried about the Celtics. I feel like the Warriors have taken that personally. And we've seen this back and forth over the last few years. So not only was this a meaningful game that the Warriors needed to win, they also had some bad blood. So I knew that the star players were going to pop off in this one. And Jimmy Butler, what a performance here. This is playoff Jimmy that they traded for, 38 points. It's nice when it's not Steph Curry having to carry the load offensively speaking. This was, a fun game. We knew it was going to be high scoring, back and forth, and it absolutely delivered.
No question about it. Now the Warriors moving on to take on the Rockets. That's on Sunday night. Warriors laying a point, total 214.5 if you're curious about the series price. Warriors are minus 210, which is a little surprising to me. The Rockets are plus 170. All right, we have two more playing games tonight, Chelsea. Let's start with, I think this is my least favorite of the two, but I wanted to get your thoughts. The Heat visiting the Bulls. The Bulls laying a point and a half. They're minus 150, and the Heat are minus 105. I'm talking about an essential flip of the coin here. The total 222.5. I can make a case for either side. The number tells you that. Initially, I lean Heat. I like Coach Spo. I like the Heat defense, but also the Bulls own the Heat during the regular season, going 3-0 against them. What do you think? I have no idea what's going to happen in this game. You want something else? Maybe a player prop?
Yeah, I think when you have conflicting factors where, one signal is pointing one direction, the other one is pointing to the other team, maybe just go with player props, because we did see this in the Grizzlies and the Warriors game, is that the star players usually step up. So for me, here's how I'm going to play it. Like, this is kind of comical, but I'm doing a same game parlay tonight. I'm going to go Tyler Hero to score 20 plus. He scored this in all of the matchups against the Bulls and in each of his last 4 games. Matas Bazelis to make 1 3-pointer. The guy's hitting 50% of his 3-point attempts for this month. He has hit this in every game in April. And plus, he hit 3 against the Heat last time around. And then in the late game, Zach LaVine to score 20-plus points against the Mavericks. So you combine that all up, it's minus 120. I know it's not a great price for a parlay, but if you don't like anything in a game, you just make a same-game parlay. So that's how I'm playing this one.
Okay, fair enough. I think that's a good way to look at it. I just cannot figure out a side. I keep going back to the Heat. Maybe I'm giving Coach Spo too much credit. They're clearly a much different team without Jimmy Butler, but they have had guys like Bam Adebayo and Tyler Hero step up. They have a very good perimeter defense, 7th in the NBA in points allowed per game. I think I will lean Heat, but not my favorite game on the card. Of the 2 on the card tonight, I think I like Mavericks Kings better. So let's talk about that game. Mavs and the Kings out in Sacktown tonight. The Kings are laying 5. The Kings minus 215 on the money line. Mavericks plus 155, and the total is 225.5, Chelsea. So I kind of like the Kings here based on the numbers, but I think you like the Mavs.
I think you could go either direction. I thought you liked the Mavs. Like,
oh
maybe
yeah,
that's
I mixed that up.
An indication of our confidence.
Yes, I like the
play.
Mavericks. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I think you had to switch there, but I think the big story in this one is that it's a really solid matchup. Like, we talk about this in March Madness, we talk about this in basketball in general, is sometimes the matchup matters. And here we're going to have the matchup of 2 jumbo packages. Don't quote me on that, saying she just said jumbo packages. But it's going to be 2 teams with really big lineups is kind of what I'm getting. Because you have the bigs who are taking the spotlight in this one. Obviously for the Kings, it's Domantas Sabonis, who is the star player on the Kings. They also have Jonas Valanciunas. But if anybody has the length and the height to contend with the Kings, it's certainly a very tall team that has the jumbo package that they use for the Mavericks. And Anthony Davis, they have Derek Lively in there, and they also have Daniel Gafford. So I think it's going to be an interesting game. Again, I'm only playing that one player prop. I think the Kings win, but I'm not sure about this number. And Jenks, you've talked about it. The money is moving in the direction of the Mavericks. So you like the Mavericks. Is it because of the matchup that presents itself here?
Yeah, yesterday this was sitting at Kings minus 5.5, and I just thought that was too many points. And, when you look at matchups, those are certainly a part of every single handicap, but also the numbers matter as well. And the Kings were just awful at home this season against the number. 14, 24, and 3, Chelsea. Second worst in the NBA. The only team worse against the number at home was the Sixers. So when you think about the Kings and you think about Sabonis and Zach LaVine, ultimately, Dallas is just so big, and now that they're healthier, I mean, I know it took them a while to get Daniel Gafford back and AD back, but between those guys and Derek Lively, they are really formidable in their front court. And so I think that's going to cause Sabonis in particular a lot of problems there. I would also take a look at the over as well. So defensively, if you look at the numbers, both of these teams have started to fall off like over the past few weeks. On the road this season, this is another thing where the numbers play into it as well. The Mavs are 27, 14, and 1 to the over. Again, second only to the Sixers, the only other team that has had worse issues defensively. And the Mavs can be a good defensive team. They can match up well against the Kings, but ultimately these are two defenses that have faltered somewhat. So I would look at the over. I would also look at the Mavs getting the points.
Yeah, I really like the over on this one. I think you make a great case for it. And plus, I think both team kind of has matchups over the other defense. Like, if you look at the Kings and you say, okay, Anthony Davis is a really good defender down low, it's going to be a tough matchup for Sabonis. I think it's going to be a fine matchup for some of the guards on the Kings. And we've seen big games. DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine have each had big games. I think DeMar DeRozan had 42 last time around in this matchup. So the over, I think, is a really good look as well.
Yeah, maybe that's the play. I want to play the NBA tonight, but I think it's going to be baseball instead. We'll see how it goes. Still got time before we make our best bets coming up here in just about a half hour. Before that, what will happen tonight in the Windy City when the Heat meet the Bulls? We're going to ask Alex Solana, the pre- and post-game host for the Miami Heat on WQAM Radio. She's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Great to have you with us on Wednesday. We're live across the country from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Coming up shortly, we're going to head down to South Beach and talk about both the Heat and maybe a little Dolphins with Alex Solano, the pre- and post-game host for WQAM Radio for the Miami Heat. Chelsea, we cover all the important stories on this show. And there is a 28-year-old man from Belgium who has offered an apology because at a cycling race on Sunday in Paris, he threw a water bottle at former world champion Mathieu van der Poel. So the man has apologized, said it was, quote, stupid and dangerous, and then also admitted that he had been drinking a lot that day. Said, I'm so happy he crossed the finish line first on Sunday despite my stupid actions. A water bottle was in the grass. I picked it up and threw it when he passed without thinking. Half a second later, I realized what I had done. So I know that I have not thrown a water bottle at anyone. I'm sure you haven't either. But have you ever been, as someone who worked in local news like I did, have you ever been on location somewhere where someone tried to distract you, threw something at you, said something, interrupted your live shot? Because people can kind of get crazy, or you were at an event, people have been drinking a little bit, they try to get on camera and you had to push them away. I feel like you see those moments on a pretty regular basis.
Oh, yeah. Like if we're going to be talking Miami stuff, I covered the Florida State-Miami game. And there was like 15 frat guys that like came up during my live shot and started saying things that you cannot say on live TV. Because this was at the height of, like, there were people who would come on like local TV and they would be like, you know, crossing over people's live shots. And they would say a certain phrase that I feel like Jameis Winston might have said. I don't want to say it on live TV, but bottom line, it is inappropriate. And like, I was a young reporter. So, like, this definitely caught me off guard, and I did not handle it that great. Like, I continued talking about, like, Jameis Winston's touchdown to interception ratio, and meanwhile, like, this sideshow's going on in front of me. And I feel like in that moment, like, you can't ignore it. Like, you have to acknowledge it and just, like, throw it back to the studio. But in the moment, I was just spouting off stats very nervously. So that's how that went.
Oh, I remember one time, this was actually not too long ago. Well, I take that back. It was probably like 5 or 6 years ago now. And I snapped at a fan who I would interview him, and he kept dropping F-bombs. And I'm like, hey, like, stop doing that. And so I interviewed him again, and he just like kept saying it again. I was like, listen, do you want to do this interview or not? Because if you're going to keep doing this, I'm not going to talk to you. And then the crowd, there was a lot of crowd. It was right outside Capital One Arena after a Caps game. The crowd was like, yeah, show some respect. Yeah, stop dropping F-bombs, man. And finally he settled down and gave me a soundbite. And I was like, dude, like, I'm not trying to be a jerk here, but I'm not going to put you on camera if you keep saying F this and F that like every other sentence. So thankfully it wasn't live, but it was frustrating. You never know how people are going to get, especially after a few pops in the system. Thankfully, this morning we are sober. I mean, sometimes we'll drink during the last hour, but this morning, it's just nothing but straight coffee. Focused in, locked in, laser focused on the Bulls and the Heat tonight in Chicago. So let's bring in Alex Solano. He is the Miami pre- and post-game host on WQAM Radio in Miami, also producer of the Hochman and Crowder Show on WQAM. Alex, good to see you. Thanks for being with us. And let's start with just sort of a basic question about Miami, which I know obviously they're without Jimmy Butler now, but how has their style of play changed without playoff Jimmy? How are they different now?
You can never trust somebody from Miami to be sober when you bring them on, by the way. So
that's right.
No problem.
I learned that lesson
from my end. It's interesting because when you think of the Miami Heat with Jimmy Butler, obviously playoff Jimmy, and yeah, he reminded everybody what he's capable of last night with Golden State. You think of this hard-nosed team. Nobody wants to play the Heat, right? That was always the narrative. And that rang true. Couple series, Milwaukee learned the hard way in the first round. But I just don't think the Heat really carry that physical stigma anymore that they did with Jimmy Butler. I don't necessarily think anything changed. I mean, yes, Jimmy Butler was that kind of player, right? Like, he's going to do the dirty work. He's going to get to the free throw line. But ultimately, they just don't have their leader anymore. They're a team that's a lot more focused on shooting threes right now. And Tyler Hero and Bam Adebayo are their two leaders. They're their two best players. They're the two guys that have been hand-selected literally through the draft. And then now by the front office, by the head coaching, Eric Spoelstra, to lead this organization. And they haven't had the same success as they did with Jimmy Butler. This season has certainly been a roller coaster ride.
Yeah, don't they call it heat culture? I feel like I've heard them say that. Like, that's the embodiment of the physicality and the smart play and playing as a team, where we've come to expect that over the years from Miami Heat. But I will say they still have Coach Spo. Eric Spoelstra should have the coaching advantage in this one. How much does that matter in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question, because the reality is you're telling me that a team in the Chicago Bulls, neither of these teams are great teams, right? Neither of these teams are winning the NBA championship. The Bulls have beaten the Heat 3 times. In all 3 of those games, Miami had a double-digit lead at one point in those games. And most recently, Miami had an 11-point lead in the first half. Chicago won the second half. The only game that they played in Miami, they played 3 games this regular season. The Heat had a 17-point lead in the second half and coughed it up. This year, the Miami Heat coughed up more double-digit leads than anybody else in the NBA. And you can point to a head coach with that type of statistic, right? And say, this might not be Coach Spo's best season. But the reality is, I think we'd all be in agreement, Coach Eric Spoelstra is one of the best head coaches in the NBA. He's proven that he can do a lot more with a lot less. This roster right now is definitely more described as a lot less than a lot more. And you're telling, the casual NBA fan who's looking at the spread right now, it's gone from Bulls -1 to Heat -1, now back to Bulls -1. I've seen that 1.5. You're telling the casual NBA fan, Eric Spoelstra had nearly a week to game plan for one game against a mediocre team that's below 500, that's already beaten his team 3 times. They tell you, yeah, I'll take Spo, his team's due in a matchup like this.
We're talking with Alex Solana. He is the Miami Heat pre- and post-game host on WQAM radio in Miami. So, Alex, the Heat are 1.5-point dogs in this game tonight, and I say that just to point out, we're expecting a toss-up, right? It could go either way because, as you mentioned, neither of these teams is great. They're just trying to sort of maybe make a run if they can. What must the Heat do? What's the most important factor for the Heat to win this game?
So, the buzzword around the Miami Heat, their practice yesterday, and since they played the Bulls a week ago and lost that game, it was a pivotal game. Miami could have controlled their destiny going into Chicago. And like I mentioned, 11-point lead wasn't big enough. They ended up just getting smoked in that second half. The buzzword has been pace. The Chicago Bulls play at the second fastest pace in the NBA. And the Miami Heat play at the 4th slowest pace in the NBA. So can the Heat keep up with the Bulls? That's the big question. You know what Chicago's trying to do? They're trying to get up and down the floor. Josh Giddey's averaging a triple-double versus the Heat in 3 regular season games. And when he's been healthy, because he's been dealing with a bit of an injury the last week of the season, he's been averaging almost a triple-double for the Chicago Bulls. Like, he's been terrorizing the Miami Heat. So the buzzword has been pace. How do you slow down the Chicago Bulls? But I think ultimately, that's who the Bulls are. They're trying to run up and down the floor. They're trying to beat you in the painted area. They're trying to turn your misses and just beat you down the floor and turn them into makes. You can't change a team. This is going to be game 83. Like, you can't just take a team's identity away from them in game 83. Sure, the Bulls can go out there, shoot 30% from the floor, but they'll lose to anybody doing that. And it's just not likely in a win or die situation. So, look, Miami is going to have to make shots. Tyler Hero is going to have to be outstanding. And Bam Adebayo is going to have to be, as you mentioned, the Heat culture enforcer, the physical enforcer against this Bulls team. They have to keep Josh Giddey from averaging a triple-double tonight, from posting a triple-double. And I'm looking at other guys who, maybe the casual fan who's not from Miami hasn't really been looking at this roster, paying attention, because the Heat, for the most part, haven't been relevant this year. Duncan Robinson, Alec Burks, who has actually found a nice spot in the rotation with the Miami Heat this season. Davion Mitchell, who was a midseason acquisition, those guys have been really important to this team while they tried to rebound from a 10-game losing skid and won 6 in a row. And then Andrew Wiggins, the main part of that Jimmy Butler trade. Ironically, the Heat's biggest gripe with Jimmy Butler was that he wasn't available. Andrew Wiggins gets traded to the Miami Heat, and he hasn't been available with them. He's missed over half the games. If he's healthy today, he's been dealing with a hamstring injury. If he's healthy and he can give you 18 to 22 points and defend Josh Giddey, that's the game changer for the Heat right there. That's their third option, another guy who can post 20 points, another two-way player, somebody who can play a similar Jimmy Butler role. But if this is a close game down the stretch, as Vegas expects it to be, there is no guarantee picking Miami because, as I mentioned, nobody's blown more double-digit leads than the Heat. Also, nobody's played as poorly as the Miami Heat in close, clutch games down the stretch.
I want to point out your composure. Like the no-look stopping of the alarm while you continue to talk.
Incredible.
Like hat tip, my friend. So I want to ask you about...
I don't wake up at 6 a.m. like the two of you are 3 a.m. So this is an early wake-up call from you, but thank you.
Yeah, that was a clutch. Slick. That was a veteran move. That was like the Nikola Jokic behind the back assist right there. So you mentioned all those role players, but I think for me in the playoffs and especially in these play-in games, the star players matter. And we see some of these guys will take over games because obviously it's win or go home. It's win or you have to play another game. So I want to ask you about Tyler Hero. Do we think it's a big night from him, or do you think it's a group effort tonight?
It has to be a big night. Nobody's been the Heat haven't relied on anybody as much as they've relied on Tyler Hero. So this has to be a huge night from him. I know the line is at 24.5 for him tonight in the over-under. If he's not getting to 24 or 23 at least, the Heat aren't winning this game. Like, period, end of story. Look, Tyler, for the most part, has had a great season. He was an all-star this year. And you think back to the offseason, the Pat Riley press conference, everybody kind of focused on what he said about Jimmy Butler, right? Shut your mouth or you're not on the floor. But what was also forgotten by, I think, people outside of Miami was that Pat Riley put Tyler Hero on blast as well. He said, yeah, he's got to be more available. It's getting ridiculous at this point. And Tyler entered that call this year, played 77 games, became an all-star for the first time in his career, and he has seen more double teams than pretty much anybody in a Heat jersey, going back to Dwayne Wade or LeBron James. And he's answered that call, being able to put up big numbers in the scoring column. In the last 10 games, he's averaging just the best stretch of his career. So he's coming in hot right now. The Heat are going to need him to be not only a leader and him and Bam, but scoring the basketball is what he does. Offense comes super easy to him. And last year when they played the Bulls in Miami, he was one assist shy from a triple-double in that second playing game. Remember, the Heat have knocked the Bulls out 2 times already in consecutive years in the playing tournament. The difference is that those were both the final playing game and they were both in Miami. So this one could work out to be a little bit different since Chicago's had the edge. But yeah, you're right. Tyler, he has to be the Heat's best player in this game today, because if he isn't, I just don't see another way for Miami to put up enough points to be able to handle the Bulls, who we know they're going to get to 110, 115 easily in an NBA game.
He is the Miami Heat pre- and post-game host on WQAM Radio in Miami. Also producer of the Hotman and Crowder Show on WQAM. It is our friend Alex Solana. So slick. It's not easy this early being that quick on the draw. But well done, Alex, and we appreciate the insight. Thank you.
Absolutely, guys. Always appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, good to see you. You know what that reminds me of? A time when I was not slick. When I first started working at Comcast Sportsnet back in the day, I'm in early days, and I was on the set anchoring, and I had this was a flip phone. I had a phone with me, and the ringer was accidentally left on. And so I'm anchoring, and the phone rings. And so I got to it. It went off for a few seconds. And so I was hoping, okay, like that wasn't great. I turned it off. But let me tell you something. I went into the newsroom, and I sat at my desk, and I remember it's all quiet. I feel like everything's okay. And my news director walks by and goes, "Hey, Turn off your effing phone. Except he actually dropped the F-bomb right there in the middle of the newsroom, just like yelled at me. I was like, yep, sorry. So guess what? My phone was off for a long time. Never took it with me again for many, many months after that.
Do you remember the days of like ringbacks or ringtones where people would have phones that played songs when they ring? I remember like I was in like some serious conversation like with my boss, and it's like, I'm so fancy. And it's like Iggy Azalea starts playing on your phone. You're like, oh no, I should have turned it off. But yeah, we don't have those anymore for good reason.
You can always program your phone. I say you bring it back. Why not? Coming up on the show, it's the middle of the week and never too early to make you some money. We're going to break out our best bets, chat with the Dogster, who has been doing some perusing of some message boards, I think. It's next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, guess what? We'll have our best bets, talk with the Donkster. I know he's been doing some work a la Jordan Hudson. I don't know exactly what that means, but I guess we'll find out. God, you know what I did when I was getting coffee? Well, the lovely Catherine leaves around 9-ish, so I always leave about this time. I go bring her some coffee, so when she's kind of getting going. And as I was getting up, I stubbed my toe. That's the worst feeling in the world. I just you're just getting up and then, you're trying to be an adult about it, not like I'm doing right now. So I looked down and I think I got a little bloody sock,
a little Kurt Schilling action.
Little Kurt Schilling. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I'm going to finish strong. I know a lot of people want to pull in PJ Glasser right now to finish out this show, but I'm going to stick with it, and I'll probably post a picture online. We'll make a social media thing out of it. Be like, hey, no one is tougher than our Michael Jenkins. Stubbed his toe. If you look very closely, there's a small speck of blood on his pinky toe, and yet he continued to do the show. Thank you, Dylan. Dylan says, welcome to Boston. That's really sort of the initiation. So I really feel like an honorary Bostonian now because I'm gutting it through right now.
Hashtag Jinx Tough. We need to make a campaign.
Yes.
Are you Jinx Tough? Dodge Ram. You got to say it in that voice. Just a bunch of manly things.
Jinx I like that.
Tough.
Jinx
Dodge
Tough.
Ram.
Guess what? Later, I'm going to get in my Dodge Ram, and I'm going to go out and I'm going to chop some wood. Do I need wood? No. I'm just going to do it because I can. The end.
I feel like we need to put you in a parody ad for, have you seen the Glenn Powell Dodge Ram ads where he's Goldilocks?
Yes.
And he drives the trucks? We got to get you doing that. I feel like you kind of look like him a little bit. And you guys both went to Texas.
That's true. I'll take that. People were like, hey, imagine someone who is a low rent Glenn Powell. That would be me.
I'll take that.
Maybe I'll take that. I'll take it. And you want to throw that my way? I'll gladly absorb it. By the way, since we were talking this way, the lovely Catherine and I were looking at houses yesterday. We've been, talking about moving, figuring out what we're going to do. And this one listing, it was hilarious. It was like, do not come by. Tenant doesn't want to be bothered. We don't have pictures. Cash only. And I'm like, well, no. So we've been walking around making this joke. Do you want to buy this house? Can you look at it? No, the tenant doesn't want to be bothered. Do you have the cash or not? You've been on the website, yes or no? And we're like,
no
what
pictures?
Kind of listing? It was like, no listing. You can't come inside. Tenant doesn't want to be bothered. And so we're like, then why is this even online? It was so bizarre. And so we're just laughing at the listing. Who in the world, if you can't come by, there's a kind of a shady picture from the outside. You can kind of see the home, but then there's a lot of bushes in the way. I'm like, what in the world? It just seems like the biggest scam in the world or some sort of terrible sales job. I don't know what's going on, but it was making us laugh just reading it.
They're playing hard to get.
Yeah. Yeah. What's going on with this tenant?
Don't know if that works, but
yeah.
They're playing hard to get. They're zigging when everybody else is zagging.
Exactly. I don't know if I'm correct here, but I feel like maybe you could go about this in a different manner. I guess we'll find out. All right. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's Joe O, it's Sammy P, and what are they going to talk about? Oh, they've got the list of losers update, whatever that means. We're going to talk about losers on the show.
Fun.
They'll have the latest from the NFL draft. They'll also have Derek Carty from ESPN and Covers talking Major League Baseball at 10:20. And then Evan Silva from Establish the Run will talk NFL at 11:20. So another great show set up and ready to go on Bet Sweats. All right, we've got our own bets locked and loaded, so let's get to it.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Chelsea, what do you got?
Yeah, I am going to be on a strikeout prop today in Major League Baseball. Welcome back, Spencer Strider of the Atlanta Braves. So I was looking at a strikeout prop and wondering what number the books would bless us with. We got a 5.5. 5.5 strikeouts for Spencer Strider, somebody who is an absolute strikeout artist, somebody who led the major leagues in strikeouts by a wide margin back before he went down with an injury. So he is coming off a surgery, and he's been out for a year. So this is his first start back. So that's why I think we're getting a 5.5 here. But listen, he looked really good in his rehab stint in AAA, striking out 13 batters. I understand that it is AAA and the big leagues is a big step up, but like 5.5, back when Spencer Strider was at his peak, we would routinely get 8.5s here. So I feel like if he has one big game where he strikes out a bunch of guys, it's going to be back to 7.5 and 8.5. So this number feels like a steal on somebody who's averaged, well over 12 strikeouts per 9, 495 strikeouts and 329 innings of work. Those are crazy numbers. So I think he cooks here. I know the Blue Jays don't strike out a ton, but Spencer Strider is elite. If his stuff is working, which I think it will be, all we need is 6 strikeouts. Let's go over 5.5 strikeouts for Spencer Strider tonight for the Atlanta Braves for -150.
All right. I am also on that game, but in a different way, and I think you like this pick as well. Look, we've got Spencer Strider taking on Chris Bassett, and you've talked about how good Spencer Strider has looked. I don't expect any drop-off as he makes his debut. I think he's going to get that strikeout total, so I love that bet. I'm going to go Braves, Blue Jays first 5 under 4.5 at -140. You can play it at 4 and reduce the juice if you want, but we don't need to talk anymore about Spencer Strider. He's an established pitcher, one of the best in the game. And on the other side, Chris Bassett, no slouch either. He has been awesome this season. Allowed only 2 earned runs over 3 appearances in 18 2/3 innings. Also, when you look at the first 5 numbers, this way you can eliminate the bullpen. Jays and the Braves each rank in the top 10 to the under in the first 5. So I'm going to play up to 4.5, see if, give myself a little leeway in case we get to 4. But let's go first 5 under 4.5 -140.
Yeah, it's going to be a squad play for all of the reasons that you laid out. So even if Spencer Strider doesn't get his strikeout prop, maybe he's still dealing and he's still nasty. And I don't really have a ton of faith in each of these lineups. So I'll be on that as well. Jenks, you play anything else tonight? I'm sad to see that we don't have NBA on the card. Jenks, you were an NBA savant last night.
I was all right. I was pretty good. Savant, I don't know. Got lucky. Pretty good. We'll see how it goes tonight. What I've been doing is I've been getting some of these bets to the Dogster, and they've been coming home. So I'm like, I kind of like this bet. I'll give it to Dogster. And he's been hitting, of course. So we'll see what happens. I try to give him some advice from time to time.
Your sloppy seconds.
That's right. The old sloppy seconds. Congratulations, Dogster. I got one more bet on the card. I'm getting a little juicy. I can't believe this is something that hasn't happened in I don't know how long. I am betting on the Athletics. Where from? I don't know. Just the Athletics. Where do they play? I'm not sure. All I know is they're taking on the White Sox. Athletics money line facing the White Sox. It's -155. But hear me out on this. This is a straight fade of Jonathan Cannon, who is starting for the White Sox, and a fade of the Chicago Bats. Jonathan Cannon had a nice start to the season for the White Sox. He did. All right, since then, 9 runs. 9 earned in 9 innings. The White Sox have lost every game he has started this season. The A's, surprisingly, these are not the A's we saw a couple years ago. Top 10 team in slugging and OPS. The White Sox rank second to last and dead last in both of those categories. And I'm not sure if you're aware, the White Sox absolutely suck. So -155 just to give the White Sox an L, I think is actually a decent price on an A's team that has been pretty plucky this year. So let's go Athletics.
All you had to say was we're fading the White Sox. End of handicap. I would have believed you.
Yes. Also, if you want to not lay $1.55, then certainly you could take the A's on the run line, maybe get yourself, in fact, you will get yourself some plus money. So I think that would be a good bet as well. For the purposes of this show, I'll just lay the money line. But man, when you get a decent price on fading the Pale Hose, you got to do it. Okay. Before we bring in Joe O, I believe, is on deck today. We have to talk to the Dockster. He's in studio. I don't know what he's been up to, but apparently he has some important news that he's been waiting to share. Dockster, get on in here. What's going on?
Yeah, guys, I hate to talk business here on the show, but I'm sending an email to Matt, who runs our social media. I'm trying to get a couple people banned from the message boards because of what they're saying about you.
Oh, no. Well, what have you read?
It's mainly about you, Dad. Double Glizzy 69 says that your bets suck and you need a haircut.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing. What about Chelsea? Anything about Chelsea?
Yeah, Crooked Peen 87 says that Chelsea needs to call you out more often on your bet sucking.
Oh, well,
Was that
also...
Crooked Peen? Is that what you said?
Yeah, Crooked Peen 87, though. Let's make sure we get the number in there. Okay, so, I mean, I don't, this is just what the Donkster found. Crooked Peen 87. Man with so many opinions. Donkster, we need a bet, please.
Okay, Mavs +5 at the Kings.
Okay, good job. You hit your bet last night. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, it's our good friend Joe Ostrowski. Joe, good morning. How you doing?
I've heard many nicknames for it. I don't know that I've ever heard Peen. No, there's Johnson, third leg, whatever. We can talk all day. But Peen? I don't think I've heard that before.
I tried to slide it in. Well, that's not.
Wow, God.
I mean, come on.
Oh, no.
Oh,
it just keeps getting worse.
I just tried to come up with something that maybe I could sneak in. That's all.
I got you.
And,
yes.
Yeah.
Yep. We got it. We got it. Coming up on the show today, Derek Carney to talk some Major League Baseball. Evan Silva from Establish the Run on the NFL draft. And the list of losers, guys, you probably have one, but you just don't realize that it's a list of losers. It's basically every few weeks we reconvene and say, these are the pitchers we really love to fade right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Not just Crooked Peen 87 is not on the losers list.
Always a fade. Joe, have a great show. Thanks for being with us. That's it for the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Thanks for being with us. Have a great Wednesday.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
New show name, but still no pants or underwear required on this network.
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P with you on a Wednesday. Thanks for hanging out here. Bet Sweats over the next 3 hours here on the BetMGM Network. Go to BetMGMNetwork.com. Takes you to the Odyssey app. And don't forget to subscribe. Please do that at the BetMGM Network on YouTube, and follow us on Bet Sweats on X, Bet_Sweats. A lot of fun playing today. More playing games. We got 2 more. Tomorrow there won't be any NBA, but 2 more playing games tonight. We'll go over those. Some MLB early bets. It's like the slate is split in half today. You've got early bets and you've got later bets. It's a Power Rankings Wednesday. We're going to go over our favorite NBA playoff looks. And joining us, Derek Carty on Major League Baseball, Evan Silva from Establish the Run on the NFL draft. So I guess the lead was the NBA last night. Plenty to discuss in baseball. Certainly some hockey to get to because it was an important evening for a lot of listeners of this show. But Memphis Golden State. Sam, you had a strong plan. Let's pair Golden State. And I could tell, like, you just didn't want to lay it. And that was the correct look. Like, you weren't saying, I want to take Memphis in the points. I feel strongly that the Warriors are going to win. They did win, even though it got a little hairy at the end there. That final, like, compared to where they were going throughout much of that first half, much of the game, to where it ended up, like, it got way, way too close. But it looks like playoff Jimmy is here.
All I thought about last night was Steph Curry's 3-point prop. 5.5. 5.5. Everybody bet the under, and he knocked in 6. That's all I thought about. And he got there late. It wasn't tracking the right way. But he gets over at the very end. Warriors win. Warriors don't cover. Unfortunately, those damn Cubs, man. They did it to me again in extras.
Damn Cubs for you. Okay, first off, I should have done more on the NBA than I did, than just Warriors, because, like, my look was like, I think the Eastern Conference game is going to go under, but I don't want to bet it. And I think the Western Conference game is going to go over. That's exactly what happened in those games. You say those damn Cubs. I say those damn Royals. Again, they lose to the Yankees. They take an early lead. If we play the first 5, that ends up being a win. I paired the Warriors money line with the Royals money line, which paid out. It was right around 3-1, somewhere around there. But yeah, that was very frustrating to see. It was a mixed bag with Major League Baseball. The KC one is frustrating, and that happens once again. And then I think they have the pitching advantage today, and I'm looking at that, and I hate it for the 3rd straight day that I'm going to be tempted by KC. But the idea of we've got some really bad pitchers that are in the minus 150, minus 160 range, we should probably fade those guys. That was the right idea. We identified 3 games, and in 2 of the 3, the dog wins. Washington over Pittsburgh. I think it was it Keller. He was a big favorite. Cleveland over Baltimore. And the one that did not work was Arizona does win as a favorite over Miami. But when you're playing around plus 125 dogs and you hit 2 of 3, you're going to be very happy.
No doubt. And you said it, Charlie Morton should not be laying $1.50, $1.55. Yeah. And I flipped it on. O's are down 4-0, like first 5 innings. Never really had a chance. I mean, they tried to claw back in later, but, you know, when your pitching doesn't give you an advantage early in the game, you're cooked. And that was the case with 2 of the 3 games, like you said. And people love to lay favorites and lay $1.30, lay $1.40, lay $1.50. You nailed it. with 3 guys that should not have been favored. And if you get 2 out of 3 every night at plus money, you're going to be in a good spot. So baseball was good, but baseball is also humbling. Like I said, when you have San Diego losing extras 2-1 and, Imanaga deals, but, Vasquez also dealed. And that was a game that went, back and forth, back and forth. It's on late. It starts at 9:40. You're up at midnight watching the game. You got every opportunity, and you fall apart at the end. What are you going to do? I also, though, I'm very glad, granted, the Warriors win by 5. But I'm very glad that I didn't lay the farm on minus 300 because that game could have gone either way at the end, Very easily could have gone to the way of Memphis, but you have the right idea. You pair Golden State with other things, and that was fair. But I think the plan of attack was right. You take that $3 favorite on the money line, you put it in other things, put it in parlays. They do their job. Padres didn't do theirs.
Yep. Yeah. Strong look there. The Curry one, I was also keeping an eye on that. You're right. With the made threes. Another thing, we talk about, but we didn't quite go there. And remember, they were laying a price on that prop. As of our show yesterday, that was the second most popular prop. Steph Curry under 5.5 made threes. And yeah, he goes 6 for 13. If I would have told you he's going to have 13 opportunities, you're probably like, yeah, in the playoffs, I really like that over. So that over does end up hitting. Jimmy Butler leads the way for the Warriors, though. 38 points. Playoff Jimmy. Now, that game ended up being close, coincidentally, because a lot of the missed threes in the game for the team of Golden State overall. That had a lot to do with why that one ended up being close. But, Ja turns his ankle, ends up being fine. And these losers last night, Memphis and Atlanta, they're going to have another opportunity due to the format of the play-in. Orlando, Atlanta, exactly what we thought. It wasn't going to be very exciting. I'm not sitting here saying we were banging the table for Magic minus 5.5, minus 6. We didn't really want to even bet this game, but it was just ho-hum. It was decided early, not much excitement. Trae Young gets ejected. He was being a jerk to the referee as he was walking off, which was kind of funny. And, the depth of Orlando came through. The Banchero prop, how about that? Dominates the Hawks during the regular season. And we were, even though we knew it would be high, we were shocked to see that his points prop was 30.5. Had a good game, but doesn't come close to that with 17 points in the game.
You know who did come close? Anthony Black. Where's the room? Anthony Black unders, under 9.5, and he gets 16. So,
yep. My God. What was the record last night on those?
I don't know. I was going to track it, and then I thought, I don't care that much. But I remember 2 of the bigger props were Anthony Black under 9.5 points. He has 16.
Why? Yeah.
Steph Curry under 5.5 threes. He had 6. Where's the room?
Mm-hmm. Were they on Cole Anthony over? 26 points coming off the bench. I doubt they were on Cole Anthony. Man, yeah, Franz Wagner, good game. But, the Magic win by 25. They take care of business. That goes under the total. And so it was favorite and the under in the first game. And it was dog and the over in the second game. And that sets up at least what we have in one half of the Friday play-in games. So there you go on the NBA. And we got to pay off hockey. We knew it would be a decent price as a favorite because of everything on the line. But St. Louis comes out there, man. Playoff lives on the line. They needed the win. And they put 4 in the back of the net in the first period. Boom, you turn it on. It's 4-0 Blues before they even move on to period number 2. So they come out there, take care of business, make some Blues bettors very happy. Something we talked about at the turn of the year. A listener tipped us off to it. Hey, they're 10-1. What do you guys think about the Blues to make the playoffs here? And they get in last night.
Good look for the show. To give out a bet, 10-1, New Year's Day. Team makes the playoffs. Shout out Mikey Betts, who told us to do that New Year's Day. Shout out Alex Smith, who told us before the year, hey, bet St. Louis. They were like 192-1 to make the playoffs. They get it done, and it wasn't really in question. They come out, plant the flag early, get that win, a 10-1 cash. Another double-digit cash for Bet Sweats.
There you go. Yeah, that's pretty strong. Anytime you get a 10-1, and it's like found money because it's been sitting there. You've been waiting for 4 months, and then that comes home right before we get to the playoffs. Hopefully, the winners out there don't do anything stupid with that as you head into the playoffs. But that's always nice, cashing in at the end of the regular season before we start going into the playoffs. So some of those matchups, we're getting some clarity. A couple more days left in the NHL regular season. So we have a couple matchups set now in the NBA as we bounce around this morning with everything going on last night. We get the 2-7. So Golden State against Houston. That was massive. That was big for them. You avoid OKC. You avoid that side of the bracket. And the Warriors, of all the teams that are playing before we get to Saturday, I mean, this is the team that everyone has circled, that people are focused on. Because of the teams participating in this play-in, this is the one where you would say, okay, maybe they could push some teams. Maybe they can advance a round or two, make some noise. Well, Sam, we've got a 7 seed that is a $2 favorite over a 2. The Warriors on BetMGM -200, and the second-seeded Houston Rockets are +165.
It makes sense. I'm not really surprised because you know what you're going to write. You know what people are thinking. People don't look at seeds. They look at what they know, and they look at Golden State, a team with pedigree, a team with guys that know how to win. You got Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, not to mention Steve Kerr. So not really a surprise there. I mean, Golden State anywhere from $1.80 to $1.90. Open a little bit higher. And has come down a bit offshore. Pinnacle, $1.78. Chris, $1.84. So a little bit of an apple bite so far on Houston. That's not a surprise. I am a little surprised, though, at the price on Boston, Orlando. -6,000. -6,000 against Orlando.
Is that current?
Yeah.
Is that a current price? Okay, because an hour ago I saw -10,000 an hour ago.
Dude, I'm not betting Orlando either. That's not happening.
Right. Yeah, I don't know about that one, man. That's we know what the result is going to be. It's like, okay, when you come to these types of series, and we're going to have a few of them, are you betting a sweep or are you betting in 5? Do you want to take the 2.5? Like something like that. Like that's what you have to do with this series because there's really nothing else you could do. Obviously, there is a poke on the long shot. Whatever. It's probably not going to happen because it goes from -10,000 to -6,000 this morning.
Yeah, people want to take a poke, no doubt. They want to take 20-1, 22-1. I get it. Orlando's not going to win. It is what it is. But I did laugh, the disparity between Golden State, $1.90, $1.95. Boston, -6,000. Very funny. And the only question I have on the NBA is, are we betting Joe O's Bulls tonight? They're a $1 favorite, -1 at home. All they got to do is win. Are we in? Are we seeing red tonight or what?
Okay, so all right, we'll break this down in a few minutes here. We got some time. I'm still the number. It's a pick 'em, but I do want to hit this here. Okay, so we've got the 5 most popular props from last night. Karis LeVert was number 1, over 12.5 points. He scored 7. They bet that at -125. Steph Curry, we went over this one. The under 5.5 made threes was -165, second most popular. They caught another L on that one. 6 made threes. And you mentioned Anthony Black. He scored 16. The under 9.5 was played at -175. So far we're 0 for 3 here. 0 for 3, including -125, -165, and a -175. Draymond Green last night, over 17.5 total points and assists. 10 assists, only 4 points. Another loser. -130. on that one. Well, they got one. The fifth most popular was Zach Edey over 10.5 rebounds at -145. He grabbed 17 boards. So 1, 2, 3, and 4, all big losers.
Where's the room? Great start to Where's the Room. If you faded the top props, you went 4-1.
Wow. And you won a good amount of money. You didn't win 3 units because you got some good plus money prices on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P. All right, the 2 playing games tonight. The suspense is over. We'll let you know where we sit on these matchups. Oh, they're great. They're great. That is next. Bet Sweats, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe, Sammy P, night number 2 of the NBA play-in season. We'll get you set for Bulls Heat and Mavs Kings, I guess, coming up in just a couple of moments. Thanks for hanging out with us. We are live on Stadium each and every weekday, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time, 9 to 10 a.m. Eastern Time via the BetMGM Network. All right. We mentioned the prices that we have for these series that are set. How Golden State as the 7 is a minus 200 favorite. You have this obscene number with Boston, as you probably should have in their series. But, maybe Orlando steals a game or two, something like that. But don't think that one's going to be in question too much at all, Sam. But I did want to bring up one other thing, because something has certainly shifted in the first couple of days that you've been able to bet on it. A lot of these series, we're just waiting for it to happen. We talked about the immediate move that we saw in the Clippers in favor of the Clippers. People were backing them. They're fading the Nuggets and the drama and the coaching change and all that stuff. Clippers are now favored. I see a minus 125 over at BetMGM. So Denver, a significant favorite. Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't that nearly $2 on Sunday night?
Yeah, Denver opened at $1.90.
$1.90. All this sharp money comes in. There was a big move Sunday night. We talked about it on Monday, and now we're sitting here on Wednesday, and it has moved so far that it's the Clippers minus 125 to win the series.
And it's not just to win this series. I've seen a lot of sharp respect for the Clippers to win the West and win the title.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. So my buddy Gino posted a slip the other day. He bets NBA pretty well. He posted a ticket at BetMGM of all places. $5,000, Clippers to win the West, 16-1. It's a $5,000 ticket to win $80,000. And he's not alone in thinking the Clippers can make a run. I'm not there. Maybe we should be. Maybe we should consider the Clippers to make a run. I think the problem is we have this vision when we close our eyes and think about Kawhi missing all this time and James Harden being fat. And the reality is maybe they can make a run. They're being bet to win the series, and they're being bet to go deep. And maybe that's something that should get more attention.
Yeah, there are people making legit cases that the Clippers are the second best team in the West. And that's been the storyline, right? We're hunting for that second best team. Some say it's the Warriors. They are the third favorite. Some say it's the Lakers. Obviously, after the Luka trade, they are the second favorite right now. Clippers the fourth favorite. So he bet that 16-1 earlier this week, or was that from a little bit ago?
Yeah, I got the date right here. He made the bet April 13th. So a couple days ago. And I don't see many 16-1s anymore. I see MGM dealing 10 right now on the Clips. So he got a good number, but to lay 5 racks on a team to win the conference, that's a ballsy move. I still think, the Thunder are clearly the cream of the crop in the West. I mean, that's a team that won 68 games. You look at the standings, it's very interesting. Thunder wins 68. The 2 seed Rockets win 52. And then the next few teams are 50-50-50. So it really was OKC against everybody else, but now it's the playoffs. And now you face a team, 6-7 times. And it's a little easier to solve a team when you face them, every other night. So, I saw that bet the other day. I went, oh, that's interesting. Let me make a mental note here on the Clips to win the West. I haven't done it yet. I'm buttered with Warriors. I got them at a really good number, Valentine's Day, but I don't know. I guess the Clips are better than maybe the market believes, and to knock them down from 16-15-1 down to 10 in just a few days is a pretty telling move, is it not?
Oh, absolutely. The best I see is 12 out there. But yeah, that's happened. And that makes sense now. So now you can see the Clippers are 12-1 and the Nuggets are 16-1. The Clippers are favored to win that series. Now, if you were to add, you would get, so correct me if I'm wrong, you've got the Clippers, they'd be on the other side of the bracket. That's the problem, though. They would have the Thunder next if they were to advance.
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you got to beat the king to be the king.
Yeah,
not
how much
that
do you want
the
to fade them?
Thunder are the king, I guess. But, yeah, I mean, everything is relative, right? To have Denver open at $1.90 and then swing through, it makes sense. I mean, once people bet the Clippers to win the series, you got to lower the liability on the Western Conference market. But here we are: Thunder minus 145, Lakers 5-1, Warriors 650, Clippers 10-1, Nuggets 16. So Clippers getting a lot of money to win the series, and naturally, when that happens, you got to drop the price to win the West.
And the second-seeded Rockets 25-1. I just find it funny.
Nope.
And nobody's lining up to bet them. That's what I think is interesting. That nobody wants a piece. Nope. We know how this goes in the NBA playoffs and lack of experience and all that. They'll probably have their day, but not right now. Not with the other teams that are getting involved here. All right, let's go to Miami, Chicago. I actually think the first game is more interesting. Obviously, we have Chicago ties here, but Mavs Kings is a dud, man. Total dud. Not the case last night in the West when you get the Warriors involved. But I do find it a little more interesting. Bulls Heat. 1.5. That's where we're at. Been dealing. It opened 1. Some spots went to 1.5, including BetMGM. They sit there right now. And then the total has dropped. That is the storyline of the day in the betting world to me. These two totals taking huge drops. The Miami-Chicago one goes down 5 points. The Dallas-Sacramento one goes down 8.5. We are down to 219 and the hook in this one. And in the regular season, now we never want to go too far on this, but in the regular season, the Bulls swept the Heat 3-0. 3-0. Two of those games more recent, and they come after the trade. And that's worth discussing because, you know, Jimmy Butler was in there in the first game, but not so much, but not the last couple. And then the Bulls made the move, dealing Levine over to Sacramento, who plays later on in the evening. But yeah, can the Bulls take down Spoelstra for the 4th time this year?
Are you going tonight? Are you seeing red?
No, I'm going to Manhattan. I'm going to Manhattan for a baseball game.
Is Jack Bauer playing again? Are they throwing him on 2 days rest?
Our game.
I
wish I had him.
I don't like the Bulls. I don't root for them. I had to cover them. I had to deal with John Paxson and Gar Forman and Fred Hoiberg and the way they treated D Rose. So I don't F with the Bulls anymore, if you know what I'm saying. Like I don't really care. That said, I woke up this morning and I put on red underwear because I'm seeing red. I'm betting the Bulls tonight for sure. And you know that place will be sold out and people will be amped up. And I just don't think Miami's that good. That's the reality. That's my reality at least. So I'm going to lay it. I also don't really want to lay 1.5. Sorry, BetMGM. I'd rather lay the money line. Other books are all at 1. So, I mean, I'd never lay 1.5 in a basketball game, as you know. I hate 1.5. You're up 4, team hits a 3 at the buzzer, loses by 1. That will not be me. But I will bet Chicago money line, and I will hate myself when they lose. But it is what it is.
Do you think the winner of this game is going to take out Atlanta and make the playoffs?
I think Atlanta's going to be about a 5-point favorite either way.
Ooh.
I mean, this game's a coin flip, right? Miami, Chicago, it's a coin flip. I'm going to guess Atlanta's going to be 5 on either team.
All right. Bulls are playing good ball. What are they, 15-5 in their last 20 games? And we're seeing this version of Josh Giddey that we have not seen for much of the year. And I was actually looking at his props. I'm like, oh, let's see where he's at. Nah, everybody's caught up. So I looked at the double-double for Giddey and triple-double as well because he's actually had a bunch of those lately. A double-double for Giddey, the best price in market is minus 240.
Come on.
I swear. Josh Giddey is minus 240 for a double-double. Now, the reason is he has 7 in his last 9 games. That's the kind of heater he's on right now. A triple double for Josh Giddey is plus 240 only. Plus 240. He does have it 4 times in his last 9 games. So the market is certainly caught up there. I'm looking at the total. Okay, so I mentioned we have the drop down to 219 and the hook. The Bulls play at a frantic pace. Second fastest pace in the NBA. The Heat play at a much slower pace. So who's going to dictate the pace in this game? We'll say this, that if you look over the last dozen games, Miami, offensively, they've been really strong. 3-point percentage, second best in the NBA. Their offensive rating, net rating, best in the NBA. So we've got this red-hot offense in Miami down the stretch here against a Bulls team that's playing well. And you got players stepping up, which weren't there for you much of the season when they had some other players that were on the court much more. And I'm looking at the over, man. It's fascinating because the conversation around these two games today with the big drop-off is what? The bookmakers were wrong and the betting market's right. Or maybe at the end of the night, we're going to say that the moves, were incorrect, that the betting market was actually wrong, and we should have trusted the odds makers a little more. Maybe they were right with the higher totals. I think that's going to be really interesting to watch this evening.
We also had discussed the other day about the total hitting the floor. 218 was a number that we just didn't think was going to last, because when you open 224.5 and ride sharp all the way down, eventually there's that resistance. There's that buyback. And we did see it. They bet over 218 and 218.5. And now we're sitting, 219, MGM 219.5. We got Chris at 220. So that over buyback did come. My only question to you, what happens when Paul puts the email together and throws it in there and says, Josh Giddey over 18.5 points is the number one prop at BetMGM? What are we going to do with that?
It probably is going to be easily top 5. I don't know if it'll be number 1. Okay, so let's think about the Stars playing tonight. Yeah, it probably will be Josh Giddey, right? It'll be Kobe White or Josh Giddey because of the fan base. Yeah. There are 17.5s out there. They're going to juice it to the moon too. Mm-hmm. So do you want to go under? Giddey just did this against Miami. He scored 28 against them.
Oh.
Yeah. It's going to keep climbing. 26 in March when he faced them.
I don't want to guarantee anything, but I am going to make a pretty bold prediction that Josh Giddey's points over will be in Where's the Room. Did we get the animation made? Did we get the Grim Reaper? Or no, maybe? I don't know. Anyways, he's going to be on that list. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it.
We might get multiple Giddey props. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we might get multiple Giddey props. The PRA is 37.5 for him. Yeah, man. I mean, dude's been averaging 20 points, and he's been right around double digits for rebounds and assists every single game. So he's going to be up there. He's going to get bet. Yeah, we're going to have to fade it. Can you do that? Can you bet the Bulls and fade Giddey?
Yes.
Okay.
Very easily. Watch me.
Against Spoelstra's defense. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's the guy you take away. That's the guy you plan for. That's the guy you double team. That's the guy you want to get rid of the ball. Now, his usage is way up from where it was, mid-season. And he's trending towards that max contract, which is going to be be great.
What?
When the Bulls give Josh Giddey a max. Oh, it's happening. Let's give him a max deal. And then he'll flame out because that's what happens. Yeah. But this is going to be, when we do the props.
Can't wait.
I'm feeling really good about Josh Giddey points over being one of the 5.
Yes. Oh, yeah, it will be. It will be. And we'll find ones that just don't make a lot of sense, like Anthony Black. That was last night's prop that just didn't make a lot of sense, and they were going under. They were going under on Steph Curry made threes too. So I'm looking forward to that. Dallas, Sacramento. Sacramento's a 4.5 point home favorite. It opened 5. This total's dropped as well. Down much more, 8.5 points, 214 and the hook in this one. I hate this game. I got nothing on it. How about you?
I won't watch it. I don't care. I'm really interested in where this total is going to close because it did open 223. How about circa 213.5? So almost a 10-point move to the under, and it's not getting any resistance. It's been one-way traffic under. I'll pay attention, but I won't have $1 on this game tonight.
On the same page there. Power rankings, top of the hour, but coming up next, we'll take a look at the early games in Major League Baseball. Joe O, Sammy P, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Heinrich.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
20 minutes from now, we will be live on X for the entire 10 a.m. Eastern hour. Power rankings, Derek Carty, NFL draft conversation, kind of all over the place in that 10 o'clock hour. But we're going to talk some Major League Baseball here, take a look at the early card. And Sam, it was hit and miss. We had some nice hits, but also some frustrating misses on the card yesterday. I guess not much of a pitch count on Fried, because he ended up having a good game. The Kansas City Royals not scoring in this series. That has been quite annoying, but maybe something that Jake is interested in. The Cubs decided to take Shaw, a guy that's been, top 3, top 2 conversation for NL Rookie of the Year, and they demote him to AAA. So I know that's an award that Jake takes a close look at. They end up demoting him yesterday, but the Cubs do win, as you mentioned, in extras, 2-1. And on this Wednesday, there are, I counted, 5 afternoon games, most of the card in the evening, but there are some afternoon games here. There's one clear headliner. It's Spencer Strider. He's making his season debut. The guy has not pitched in the majors for a year. He's coming off a serious elbow injury, UCL, and he's making his season debut. So the big question is, how much is he going to be pushed? I heard Chelsea this morning saying, we're getting a discount on the player prop with Strider. You've got to do it. How often do you get 5.5? And so apparently that's the number they put on the K prop for him. In his last rehab start, I was wondering, okay, how much are they pushing him? Is it going to be kind of a slow go in this first one? Well, in his rehab start last Thursday, I'm not going to get caught up in the performance because you're going against minor leaguers. He had 90 pitches. So now you would think, okay, they're probably going to push him a little bit more. He did have 13 strikeouts out of his 16 outs recorded in 5 1/3, which is, I guess it's impressive, but against minor leaguers. But the 90 pitches stands out to me, Sam. So I'm going into this game thinking that he's not going to be on a hard pitch count if he's throwing 90 last week.
Probably not. And we'll talk to Derek Carty later on in the show and get his thoughts on what Strider can do. I have no interest in laying him on the road, $1.40, $1.50. I don't. I'd rather watch and learn from it because people are going to look at this game. It's the first game of the day, 1:07 p.m. Eastern. What do you think people are going to bet? Atlanta, Toronto, Strider on the hill. What are they going to bet? They're going to bet Atlanta. Not that it's going to lose, but I'd rather not be on the public side on the first day game Wednesday afternoon. I'm just not I'm not there. I saw this total open 8, and now we're sitting a whole run lower. Opened 8, now we're at 7. So not only support on the Braves, but support for Strider probably having a good game to knock this total a whole run down 8-7.
I'm with you, man. That is not the side that I want to be on. I don't know if you do something, but you've got to take a step back and look. Okay, so early on in the season, the Braves have had their struggles. Those have been well documented, and it's probably really exciting for Braves fans to see that Strider's making his return today. Okay, cool. If interested, if you think him missing early April doesn't matter, he's 25-1 for the NL Cy Young. A lot of new names are involved in that conversation early in the season. But you've got to look on the other side. I'm sure a lot of people won't. They'll just completely ignore who's throwing for the Jays. It doesn't even matter. It's all about Strider making his return. Bassett, small sample, awesome. One of the best pitchers in baseball this season. His F-WAR is nearly a full win already. He's got a 0.98 ERA, a 1.22 FIP. Dude has been elite in his first few starts. So is this going to continue against an offense, by and large, that has struggled throughout April? So, yeah, that is Toronto or pass for me. A lot of people are going to be lining up on the Atlanta side, Strider props, back in the Braves. I don't want to do it the way Bassett's pitching right now.
I could bet Toronto. I could be convinced, especially at plus 125, plus 130 at home. I could be convinced for sure. We'll see how I feel in about 2 hours from now when we do our lightning bets, but that's on my very, very short list for MLB. Yesterday's trend was ugly favorites. Pitchers that shouldn't be laying a price. Let's go down one number. 923, 924. Jose Quintana is a $1.45 favorite against Detroit. Are you there?
I gotta tell you, when I saw Quintana was going, I'm like, how long has this dude been pitching? Like, he's still in the league doing this? Like, I remember over a decade ago, like we were talking about when the Sox are going to trade him and if that's ever going to happen. Man, he's been doing this a long time. But yeah, he's pitched in one game so far this year. I don't know how far you want to go. He's been like going from team to team every single year. He's off to a new team, it seems. But should he be a minus 145 favorite against Detroit, who's had a pretty good start to the season? Probably not. I think that's a fair point. I'm looking down the list, seeing if there are any other ones. And we're talking significant favorites, something close to a coin flip, really not all that interested in. I don't see any that really pop like this one. So I think, maybe Pittsburgh with Falter. If you want to go there, should Bailey Falter be favored over Washington? But we're talking about him being a slight favorite. I think that certainly fits. It's a pretty good look, man, if you just want to fade Quintana.
I was there when he came up, 2012, on the South Side. He was very good for a very long time. How about his first 5 seasons? Here are Quintana's ERAs. 376, awesome. 351, 332, 336, 320. All he did was take the ball, mostly get a no decision, or he'd lose 2-1 or 3-2. That 2012 team, that was my first baseball beat with your guy Robin Ventura, by the way. But yeah, you look at this run.
I love Robin as a player. As a manager,
Robin
not so much.
As a player, awesome. As a manager, meh. I liked Robin though. Robin was a lot better to deal with than Dale Swaim. Put it that way.
Really?
But you're right. Quintana went from 6 years with the White Sox, 4 years with the Cubs, and then 2 with the Mets, 1 with the Angels, 1 with the Pirates, 1 with the Cardinals, 1 with the Giants, and now with Milwaukee. I don't know how much longer he's going to hang on. He's 36 now. Apparently, he's still got it. But to bring this full circle, I am not laying $1.45 at BetMGM with Jose Quintana. Not in this day and age.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's an overreaction to his first start of the year where he goes against Arizona, 7 shutout innings. But, I mean, it's amazing at this stage in his career. A guy that's always been overlooked, right? Because he was in the same rotation in his prime with Chris Sale, and he was the guy that was talked about the most. And then he ends up being traded to the Cubs. Overall, he was a disappointment. What they thought they were getting in Quintana was not the same guy. His numbers are actually better now than 2017 to 2020 with the Cubs, which is amazing. I mean, he's had a sub-4 ERA over the last 4 full seasons. So he's putting up numbers, and I guess that explains the price. I just don't know what we're getting into Quintana. And some of those guys yesterday, they seemed like, okay, this should not be the case at all. But Quintana, he's still performing, and he did it against Arizona. I'm going to stay off of this game, but I certainly understand the angle that he shouldn't be minus 145.
Paul is telling us in the chat that Quintana has a win over every active Major League franchise. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
He's beaten every active team, which is wild. Jake is here today. I have a question for you, Jake. I saw our guy again, Homer in the minors, Jack Kaggs. He hit one like 430 feet. When is he coming up? I need it, and I need it now.
You're telling me, pal. I mean, like, join the club. I keep tweeting every time he hits a home run or does anything. I keep quote tweeting at Royals, do the right thing. Meanwhile, that team could use some offense. They could use a little bit of help. But no, let's keep running Hunter Renfroe out there. What are we doing? Like, yeah, I mean, and the thing is, Nobody, Christian Campbell's been good for the Red Sox, and I have a little bit of interest in the Rays guy, Cameron Misner. But this AL Rookie of the Year award is just dying to be taken by Jack Kaggs. Like, Kaggs the Ripper. Let's get him up in Kansas City. Can we get this show on the road already instead of letting them torture these poor 19-year-olds at AA?
What?
He could hit
what number?
fourth or fifth right now. He could hit cleanup for the Royals
1,000%
right now.
It's been frustrating series with no offense. What did we start the season at? So is this number floating at all since he's just sitting in the minors, not getting called up?
It's 25 to 1. It's 25
I
to
see
1.
a 40. I see a 40.
I see 25. So
yeah,
it's floated a bit, relatively speaking, but Jake was talking about him at 70 to 1. And we all bet it. I have it in my account. I got him 70 to 1. It went all the way down to 20 at one point, but since he hasn't made that debut yet, it's going to run up a little bit. I mean, 40's still a good number. I would bet 40 right
100%.
now. If you haven't jumped in yet, I would bet 40.
Because the second he gets called up, that number's 10. Like, it's getting cut way down.
Really? 10?
Like, for example, Nick Kurtz, the A's first baseman in the minors, he's dropped all the way to 15. He also hasn't gotten called up, but people think he's going to get called up because Brent Rooker's played a couple games in the outfield now. So they think the A's are trying to clear space at DH. So, like, and he's not even gotten called up, but people are betting it in anticipation. So I think once Kaggs gets called up, like, this is at least 15, probably lower than that.
They need him. There's no
badly.
doubt.
Like, they need
him
air.
in that lineup. And he's ready to go. He is destroying 100%. Minor league pitching. He destroyed spring training. I know what they're doing. They're waiting to get outside that window. A lot of teams do it. The Cubs did it with Chris Bryant. You wait until late April, early May, get that extra year of control. But they need him. They need a bat in that lineup.
And which is dumb because there's new rules. If he wins Rookie of the Year, they get an extra second-round pick in the draft. For a city like Kansas City, that's massive.
We'll have to address the NL Rookie of the Year later on in the show because I know Jake does not like Dylan Cruz, and now Shaw is down. Sasaki, the heavy favorite. We'll get to that. I know, never for you. All right, next hour, we're going to be live on X for the entire hour. Power rankings, our top NBA playoff bets on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Bet Sweats with you, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern Time, live on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out. We are live on X for the entire hour. If you're joining us, go to BetMGMNetwork.com. Go to that Odyssey app, follow the show, and every segment will pop up each and every day. And it's labeled so you can catch all the stuff that you are interested in. And if you're following us on Twitter, bet_sweats, bet_sweats. All right. Every Wednesday on this show, we do our power rankings. Today, we are going to power rank our top 3 NBA bets. Probably going to be futures related in some way going into the NBA playoffs. But if you missed the first hour of the show, Sam is super excited. He has guaranteed a Bulls victory. There's going to be a parade in downtown Chicago. They're going to take out Spoelstra for the 4th time this year. Season sweep 4-0. Bulls win. Then they move on to the Atlanta game on Friday, where Atlanta will be favored, being the home team. So, Sam, it took him a while, but he's finally come around to this idea of Bulls. And Josh Giddey, maybe he's going to be a Finals MVP this year.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Finals MVP. That's where I'm at. Let's take the cart and drag it all the way to the right. All the way to the right. By the way, speaking of X, because we're live on X, I want to shout out Silvio Dante on Twitter, who listens every day. Mm-hmm. He is tracking the Where's the Room bets. So Good. He tweeted at us a couple hours ago and said, I'm your Huckleberry. Here we go. Most popular bets last night, 1 and 4. So that is the story of my NBA season so far in the playoffs. Where's the Room? Most popular props. And we rattled off the prices yesterday. $1.25, yes. $1.40, $1.60, $1.70. Big prices. And I quite literally cannot wait to see that list. But the other list that I'm going to get to is my top 3 playoff bets. Now, I was hoping we were going to power rate our 3 favorite cigarettes, but I guess we decided to do NBA bets.
We can do that.
Maybe we do.
I will probably have time. Yeah.
Got a lot of feedback yesterday on our cigarette conversation on bets. All right, here we go. Celtics win the East. That's my 3rd bet. So I'm going to go in order 3, 2, 1. They're winning the East. I'm not a big chalk guy, but in the NBA, usually the chalk wins. And the Cavs have been a great story. Played really good basketball all season. Earned the number 1 seed. So the East does go through Cleveland. But Boston feels cheap, even at minus 140. And I know the plus prices are long gone, but that is the most talented team in the Eastern Conference, maybe in the league. Minus 140 feels cheap. And I wonder, Joe, let's say we get there. Say we get to Boston and Cleveland in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah.
What's the number? It's going to be bigger than minus 140. I'm going to guess it's $1.70, $1.80. It depends on how these teams play, obviously. I mean, if Boston rolls through everybody, it could be minus 200, especially if Cleveland struggles along the way. And, of course, if it's not Cleveland, what's that price? If it's Boston, New York, we're talking $2.50, $3. So even at minus 140, I don't think Boston's a bad bet to win the East. So that's my 3rd. Number 2, I'm doing it. Minnesota series. I've told you already, I love them game 1. I'm going to bet some +5 when we get to the weekend. I'm going to wait till limits go up a little bit. I think Minnesota wins the first game, but I think they win the series as well. And you can now take that Laker love at minus 190, minus 200, and go the other way, which I will do. Minnesota to win the series. I think Ant's the best player on the court, and I don't think the Lakers play enough defense to make a run. And we know the books need Minnesota. We know it. Everybody's going to bet the Lakers. They're going to bet them day to day, game to game, and they're going to bet them to win the series. Lakers now 5-1, by the way, to win the West, which is crazy. The hype is way too far, which affects the math. So I like Minnesota, plus 160. Number 1. Can I get a drum roll? Bulls. Tonight. Lay the money line. Look at the graphic. That's a lot of S's right there. That's a lot of S's on the board.
Favorite playoff bet?
I'm all in tonight. I
Come
am
on.
all in. Yep. Oh, yeah. I see red. They're going to win. They're going to win tonight. So that, as of right now, is my favorite playoff bet to date in the 2 days of NBA basketball in the playoffs. Bulls are winning tonight, baby. Can't you just hear Mr. Salami and Cheese? Bulls win! Bulls win!
Wait, why is he Mr. Salami and Cheese?
That's his nickname. That was his nickname in Toronto, Chuck Swirsky.
It was?
Yes.
Doesn't even make sense.
Well, he used to say when the Raptors would win, it was bust out the salami and cheese. And I don't know why he said that, but anyway.
Very nice guy.
I just want to see him dance too. I want to see him dance.
See him dance
when the Bulls win. So Bulls on the money line. Don't lay the 1.5. Lay the money line at -115.
I'm at a loss, man. This is your favorite playoff bet. Favorite bet. Love it. Love it. You know, when they this is embarrassing to admit. When they started, they were trying to make the C-Red a thing. And I don't know if it's a thing. You say it, but I don't know if people actually say it. The hashtag C-Red. When I first saw it, I was like, the hell does seared mean? How's that a Bulls thing?
That was a hashtag.
Like, I honestly didn't know.
Hashtag
yeah.
C-Red. Yeah. I thought that too. Why are they tweeting seared?
It doesn't make any sense to me. Stupid organization.
I'm not lying. This morning I'm going through the drawer and I'll put on the red underwear today. I'm seeing red, baby. I'm seared.
They better win tonight. Okay, so this is going to be good or bad, because if they lose, it's also going to be good for the show, because you're going to be screaming about keeping Billy Donovan. Everybody needs to be fired. Josh Giddey's a fraud. I'm surprised at -240 for a double-double. You didn't want to go there with Josh Giddey.
No,
Bulls played well.
I'm good though.
Yeah, Bulls play well. I'm playing the over on the game. If you missed it. All right. My top 3 playoff bets. It's funny that you're in on the Celtics. I'm not saying I'm in on the Cavs, but what I did look at, okay, where's my list of teams that could win the title? And is there value for finals MVP on any of them? I found it pretty funny, and it makes sense. It's probably how I would price it. But I found it pretty funny that the Thunder to win the title odds and SGA to be the finals MVP is the exact same price. Exact same. Like, sometimes you get a little bit of something. No, you get nothing. Books are saying there's no way the Thunder win the title and SGA is not the finals MVP. So what I did take a look at was Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell. You're talking about beating one team. It's a tough out in Boston, but Mitchell is more than double the price for the Cavs to win the title. And that is the most likely outcome, where he's the finals MVP. And you can find that price right now at 10-1, and we know how it goes. It would shorten as the playoffs move on. But I think at the very least, they're going to be in the Eastern Conference Finals. Yes, they're going to have to slay that dragon most likely in Boston, but pretty good price at 10-1 for Mitchell, finals MVP. Number 2 for me, I also have a dog in a series, a different series. I decided to go to the Eastern Conference. Yeah, it'll probably be a little popular because of superstar factor, but in Giannis, I have the best player in the series. And on the Giannis side, I'm getting +170. Yesterday, the Bucks come out and say, as expected, that Dame Lillard is not going to be ready for the start of the series. He's not going to play. They didn't shut him down for the entire series. They didn't do that, but they're saying for the start of the series. That was to be expected. It sounds like he's getting close, as he's dealing with a blood clot in his leg that is shrinking. So I don't know if he's going to be out there, but I get +170 going up against the Pacers. So I'm going to take the Bucks in this spot, +170. Nobody really seems to be in on them. So now I'm going to take them with Giannis carrying them to the finish line. I think that's going to be a long series, and +170, I like that price. Number 1, you know me, so I go with a future here. And we were talking earlier about the Clippers, about how this price is dropping for them to win the West.
there's a case to be made that they are the second best team in that conference, and it drops to 12-1. So we have the Western Conference number dropping all the way to 12, but the title odds are 33. So the team in the East that comes out is that much better than anything you're going to have to deal with in the West. They're that much better than OKC. I'm not buying that. Not for a second. So the difference between 12-1 and 33-1, that's worth something for me. If you think they can win the West, they can absolutely win the NBA title. So those odds don't make sense to me. There's still value there on the Clippers if you believe they're a top 2 team in that conference. So Clippers 33-1 walking into the playoffs. Yeah, the second round they deal with the toughest team out there. But if you like them to win the West, you should put something on them to win the title at 33-1. So that is my favorite NBA playoff bet as we sit here on this Wednesday.
Let's go. You had to be really excited earlier when I told you about my buddy who made that $5,000 bet to win 80 smacks on the Clippers to win the West. Now you're raising it up. You're going whole enchilada, huh?
Well, not as much because that guy probably ruined the number, right? It went from 16 to 12 in a couple of days. But yeah, that just doesn't make sense to me. Okay, if you think that they're in the mix, that they could be the second best team in the West and they're 12, well, why is the title 33? Is Boston/Cleveland, your winner out of the East, that much better than OKC? I'm not sure about that.
Well, I think it's a combination of not only Boston, but Oklahoma City.
Right.
I mean, the Thunder are getting so disrespected as a team. All they did was win all year long. You know, to rattle off 68 wins is not easy in the NBA. And the narrative around OKC is, well, they're too young. They don't have the experience. They haven't done it yet. Haven't made that run together. Got to learn how to lose. And that's the NBA to a T, right? You got to learn how to lose to learn how to win. But, man, they go 7-8 guys deep. And that's a scary team. But all that said, if you're willing to go in a different direction, you're going to get rewarded. And that's why you have the Clippers at 12-1 to win the West. And if they get through the West, then they're going to play Boston or Cleveland. So it makes sense from a math standpoint. But I'll tell you what, if they can knock off Oklahoma City and make it to the finals, I think, Celtics Clippers is going to be, I don't know, $3, Boston minus 300, give or take.
Mm-hmm.
So you're jumping in now at 33-1 in hope that they make that run and get to the finals, at which point then you could bet Boston if you really want. You could hedge out, you could bet a little Celtics and kick your feet up. But that is a team that I've heard a lot about last week or so from wise guys. They love the Clippers, not only in the series, as we've discussed. Denver opened minus 190, and now it's a pick 'em. It's minus 110 each way. Some places have, Clippers minus 115. The support is in. The support is real on the Clippers, not to win the series, but also to win the West. And I think you're in a good spot here, and I think you have a great number.
Yeah. Looking forward to it. And let's be real about this. These Clippers futures, we're talking about the potential and the current value. And now the Clippers move to the favorite, as you mentioned, in that series. And we respect those moves. We do. But the reality is, could they get bounced in this first round? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, you can lose to Jokic. A lot of turmoil with Denver, and I get all that. And they're hoping for a bounce as they make change. There was a lot going on behind the scenes between the head coach and the GM over there. But, Jokic can take them out in the first round too. So anything can happen there. The Clippers have the potential to make a run to the end, but they could also just get bumped here.
I can't believe you didn't have Bulls on your list. I'm very disappointed in you.
I
can't
believe
red.
It's number one. I can't believe. No, I didn't see red. I see points. That's what I see tonight. I see points. There's going to be a lot from Miami side too. They should win. I get it. Actually, I don't get it.
I'm just glad. I'm glad that Gertch and I saw eye to eye because he typed out the whole thing. BULLLLSSSS. Bulls!
We'll be seeing dancing tonight out of Swirsky. If you don't know what
They're
we're
gonna
talking about,
They're
the
gonna
radio play-by-play announcer Chuck Swirsky, every time the Bulls win, he dances usually on the court, and he releases that video. And people get very excited, and they rip him to shreds all at the same time. It's highly
I love
entertaining
Chuck.
after every
Big
single
Chuck guy.
Bulls win. Yeah, same here. Joe O, Sammy P coming up next. We'll talk some Major League Baseball with Derek Carty. See what his numbers are saying early on in the season on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Live on X this hour, Bet_Sweat. Sam at SP Shoot. I'm at Joe Ostrowski. Welcome back. You've got Bet Sweats 9 a.m. to noon Eastern time here on the BetMGM Network. Appreciate you hanging out. We appreciate Derek Carty for stopping by on the show again. He's on X at Derek Carty. Find some of his great work, ESPN Fantasy. Roto-Grinders got a show on covers. Busy man. And Derek, you know, the lead is one of the early games here today on this Wednesday's card because people are excited. Anytime you have an elite pitcher making his return for the first time in a year, people get excited. And looking in the betting markets, they certainly want to back him. You have the Braves as a significant favorite around the price of -160 going up against Bassett, who's having a phenomenal start early on, one of the better pitchers in all of baseball. And if you look at the Strider prop, 5.5, oh yeah, it's juiced to the over. Oh yeah. -150, -160 range. How do you deal with numbers? You're a guy that does projections on a daily basis, but what do you do with elite dudes coming back from injuries? You're never quite sure how much they're going to push him when it comes to a pitcher. Do you kind of back off, or do you find opportunities because you know where the numbers are going to be pointing?
Yeah, to be honest, injuries are one of the toughest things to account for because you just don't know. Everybody's body is different. We don't know how people are going to recover from their injuries. There's so many unknown factors. So we do the best we can. A lot of it is just based on who they were before. We can look at what they did in their rehab starts, like Strider's pitch count, at least we know is pretty built up. As long as he's pitching well, wouldn't be surprised to see him throw 95 pitches, something like that. His stuff was down a little in the minors. Velocity wasn't quite as high as it's been previously, so that's a bit of a concern in terms of his rate performance. The betting markets, I mean, they like him, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of value either way. They look, the money line for the Braves, the strikeout prop for Strider looks pretty fair. I have Strider project for about 6.5 strikeouts today, but with the juice to the over on the 5.5, you're not really getting much value on it. So right now, I don't see a lot of opportunities. There are certainly times where we will, but this isn't really one of them today, I don't think.
We might bet Toronto, which is fine. I mean, I feel like Strider is being priced like he's in midseason form to be laying $1.50 on the road. I think that's a little expensive, but I could be wrong because, as we know, his ceiling is very high. We made this note together, Joe and I, May 1st. We were going to reassess the Braves and sort of see where they sit because, you know, when you lose your first 6 or 7 games or whatever, people are going to overreact, a lot like we overreacted to the torpedo bats, which we haven't heard about in a long time. But in a vacuum right now, the Braves are -140 to make the playoffs. Would you buy that now, or would you still wait this out for the rest of the month?
I'd buy it now. I think we're in plenty good shape to buy that now. I have them, my projection system, the BATX, has them projected about a 66% chance to make the playoffs, which would be about -194 fair value, I think. So if we're getting -140 on them, like I'm in on that. This is a team that we don't want to overreact to 2 bad weeks of. Before the season, this was the second best team in baseball. It was the Dodgers, and then it was the Braves. And we knew they were probably going to start off a little slower than we could expect the rest of the way because Strider's been out. Ronald Acuna's been out. They missed Sean Murphy for the first, couple of weeks. These guys are starting to get healthy. Acuna's going on a rehab. Strider's back today. Murphy's back already. yeah, I expect some positive regression for the Braves, and I expect them to be a good team going forward. So yeah, we're getting a good price on them right now.
Is there anything from the BATX projections that would surprise a lot of people? Maybe a team you're higher on more than most, a player, or maybe a team or player that you're lower on?
I mean, we've talked about, I think, the Yankees the last time I was on. Like, I don't think the Yankees are as good as the market thinks. They've kind of been not as good as the market thought they were at the start of the season so far. The Giants are a team, though, that I was looking at today, and I'm like, wow. I know the system was higher on them a little bit to start the year, but we look at where they're at right now, and the BAT is projecting them for the second most wins in baseball at this point, to finish the season with the second most wins, not rest of season, with like 88.5 final projected wins, which is behind the Dodgers for the second most, a hair above a couple other teams. But that's really good for a team that it seems like the market is really not buying into fully yet.
I told you the last time we talked how much I hated the Rockies. And this is going to be a fun year as somebody holding under 60.5 wins, 3-1 worst record. They're 3-14, but more importantly, they're minus 50 already, 5-0 in run differential. And it's only going to get worse. They don't have any help on the way. The farm system is very mediocre. They're going to trade anybody that's good. And then Joe Connor, do they have anybody good? And I said, maybe not. But we're going to see. Think about that division. When the Rockies go to Los Angeles or San Diego in July, August, whatever, we might see -$4 or $5 on the favorite.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how bad they've been. I don't think they could possibly remain this bad. But I do have some tickets from the start of the preseason for them to have the worst record. Everyone, the White Sox were super juiced, and you could get Rockies for the worst record at like, I don't know, plus 200 or plus
like
250.
3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 was it? Yeah. So I have one of those, and I'm feeling good about that right now because this is a bad team. I still think they managed to get 60 wins, but they're not good.
In the NL Cy Young odds, I find it pretty interesting. Of course, Skeens is going to be your favorite at this point in the season. Now, the AL side, a lot of the familiar names that you would expect. But on the NL side, you're starting to see some new names, maybe not that high. Like Hunter Green to already be the second favorite is pretty telling to his performance. We were just talking about Strider, but what about Schwellenbach? And he's the third favorite right now. Michael King, he was talked up a lot, and he's in the top 5-6 as far as the odds go. Strider making his first start today. He's 25-1. I know there's going to be some people that decide, okay, now is the time. I believe in him so much that he's going to make a run. This is going to be the best price he's going to get. As far as NL Cy Young, what do your numbers say? Like, who do you expect to be there in the very end with Skeens?
The guy that I love right now at his price, and I don't understand why the price is what it is Yamamoto. He's been every bit as elite as anyone else you want to talk about this year. My system, the BATX, has him projected as the third best pitcher in baseball. It's Skeens, it's Skubal, and then it's Yamamoto. And he has all of the narrative things that voters look for working for him too. Like, he's on the Dodgers. He's on the best team in baseball. He's going to get a lot of wins potentially. Like 20 wins for him is in play. At the very least, he's going to have a good amount on a team that makes the playoffs. I don't really get why he's not priced the same as Green, Wheeler, Schwellenbach. He's every bit as likely to win as those guys, if not more. I think more, actually.
Yeah, that's a number that probably doesn't last at 14-1. And I do see a 16-1 in the market. So that's something that you may want to get involved with. We did see you on covers this morning. Granted, we were on the air, but we did see the clip of you playing this angle in the Houston and St. Louis game. You're going to do something with Steven Matz. What is it?
Yeah, Steven Matz, they're going to a 6-man rotation. Steven Matz is coming out of the bullpen, but he's not stretched out. He's not on full rest. He threw, I think 3 or 4 days ago, about like 50 pitches or so. There was a report that he's going to be limited to about 65 today. Andy's facing a low strikeout Houston team. So I was on Matt's under strikeouts. I don't know where the market is now. It was moving when I talked about it on the cover show this morning. I got in on the 3.5 at I think around -170 or so. And books were starting to flip to the 2.5. There was an alt out there that we identified at +148, under 2.5, +148. The projection for him is about 2.5, so probably about a 50-50 proposition here. So if you're getting the 2.5 at any sort of plus money, +120, +130, +140, I don't know where the books are all going to flip to, but it's coming. The flips are coming. I like that a lot today for a guy who doesn't have the high end of his distribution. Like the upside's not there because of the cap. Sometimes if a guy's projected for 2.5 or 3.5 strikeouts or whatever, he could wind up with 4, 5, 6 just because he's pitching well. He winds up throwing 100 pitches and like that happens. That part of the possible outcomes for Mats is not there. And so I do think we're getting some good value on his under today just because of the cap that the books I don't know if are accounting for entirely.
With Derek Carty here, the creator of the BatX projections at Derek Carty on X, Joe O, Sam Panianovich with you on the BetMGM network. So I know you do team projections. You'd mentioned the Giants, which that's really something with their start of the year. And you're right, they're not getting a lot of respect. I think part of it is those other teams in that same division are so much loved and they have so much potential. And you look at the Padres and, I like the Diamondbacks going into the year. Of course, we have the Dodgers as well. So, such a deep division, there's going to be somebody that kind of gets left out. But so you do the team projections, but I do notice that you seem to stick with player props for the most part when it comes to wagering. Do you do sides at all, or do you find it easier just to project individual performance?
No, I'll do sides too. Most of the shows that I do publicly are prop-based shows. That's what I talk about. But my system projects sides, totals, everything too, and done pretty well with them. So yeah.
Okay, so let me quickly.
Yeah. Go ahead, Joe.
Do you have a side or total that you like today then?
Let me pull up some value. I actually haven't looked myself yet today, but Red Sox. Looks like we're getting +120. Fair value, I have projected -101, so should be more of a coin flip game than it's being priced at. So that looks like a pretty solid bet today.
That's also a guy in Sean Newcomb that went from $1.60 favorite in his last start on the road. So you go from -160. Now the other side is $1.40. So quite a swing in perception off of that loss to the White Sox, which I guess would resonate with any bookmaker. Maybe we shouldn't make Sean Newcomb a road favorite ever again, but I think it's gone a little too far, and that's a price now where you could take that Red Sox team. I see +125 is the best price you could get right now on the Red Sox. So that's something to consider. What about this matchup in Detroit and Milwaukee? That's another early game. People are interested. They're going to want to bet early in the day. That's a 110 start in Milwaukee. Jose Quintana is a very polarizing figure, but the market has moved in his favor today. So Milwaukee opens $1.20 out to $1.40, $1.45. It feels weird to see him favored by that much, but the market is saying that's the play. At least it was at -120, -130. Do you agree with that move on Milwaukee?
Yeah, I agree with that. I have it priced, fair price, -144. So we're basically right in line with the market on that one. It doesn't look like a unsubstantiated move. I wouldn't bet it at that price, obviously, but that looks fair to me.
Derek, are there any pitchers that stand out as fades? Like, there are never any situations where you could say you're going to bet against them every time, even though some people bet in that manner. But it's also like you've got to reach a certain level where they're going to stay in the majors and not get bumped down to the minors. But also typically you want them on a pretty good team, so you're getting some value on the other side. But are there any pitchers that really stand out that a good amount of the time you're going to be on the other side just because of value perspective?
Yeah, it's always going to depend on kind of the public perception and how the books view that and how they price it. But generally speaking, I mean, any of the guys that have been, quote unquote, great so far, anyone with like an ERA under 2 is probably going to come at a bit of a discount, going forward where maybe there's some value betting against them. Guys like you mentioned Hunter Green before, like Hunter Green's probably not this good. Like he's good, obviously. Yeah. He's probably not this good. Dustin May's a guy that I could see being on the other side of quite a bit. Taijuan Walker's been great this year, and there's a chance he is still just absolutely terrible. So there's certainly guys like that out there that we can look forward to maybe taking advantage of going forward.
All right, good stuff from Derek Carty at Derek Carty on X, the Bad X projections. He's all over the place. EV Analytics, Roto Grinders, ESPN Fantasy. He's got his cover show. Busy man. Derek, appreciate you carving out time for us, okay?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on. Appreciate it.
Good stuff, Derek Carty. That was an interesting look on Boston. I'm glad that he mentioned that, because that game tonight also stood out to me, because you were saying on Friday, look, Newcomb should not be this number. I know it's the White Sox, but Newcomb should not be this number. And now it just completely flips now that they're at Tampa Bay today.
And the biggest thing I took away from that, Braves to make the playoffs. Minus 140. Mm-hmm. Why wait?
He says do it now. Do it now. Or at least or watch it very closely. All right. Oh, we got insights? All right, good. NBA playoff. We've been waiting on those. We'll get to the NFL draft as well. Joe O, Sammy P. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Joe O, Sammy P, top of the hour. We'll go over the rest of our MLP bets going down tonight and update our list of losers, some starting pitchers that we like to fade on most days in Major League Baseball. Joe O, Sammy P, we are live on X. Make sure you're following us there, bet_sweats, bet_sweats, with you for the entire hour. Do want to, I have a mock draft that I'm really excited at diving into as we look at those NFL draft markets that are available. The draft just 8 days away, but we're all super excited because we looked at it yesterday, the most popular player props in the NBA playoffs. And we went on and on about how, you know what, we should probably just fade them all. We were laughing, some of them for no reason. People are laying minus 175 on certain player props that didn't make a lot of sense. And the 4 most popular player props last night, all losers in the play-in games. And so now we have the most popular player props for tonight. All right. What do we have so far? It is very early, but we've got the Bulls and the Heat, and then we got a West Coast game that nobody really cares about in Dallas and Sacramento. Paul Aspen, our executive producer here, to share the top 5 most popular player props over at BetMGM.
Where's the room? Paul Aspen, take it away.
So, slight spoiler. Don't know if Josh Giddey's as popular outside of the state of Illinois and or the city of Chicago. Number 5. Patrick Williams, under 13.5 total points, rebounds, and assists at minus 105. Number 4.
Wow, a minus 105 one.
Yeah, right. There's a couple that are close to even money on this, actually. But here we go. Najee Marshall, under 4.5 assists, minus 180. Any takers?
Oh, my God.
What?
Is it bad that I don't know who that is? Is that bad?
Nope.
I don't think so.
There's 2 names on this list that I was like, huh, that's the guy that plays in the NBA. All right.
No idea who that is.
Maybe that's the handicap. I don't know who this player is, so I'm going to take the under. Sir, it's minus 180.
180.
Don't care. Give me the under on Najee Marshall. Okay. What else do we have?
From Atlantic City, New Jersey, played for Xavier. He plays for the Mavericks. Fun facts.
Oh, if you said I'll give you $50 if you could guess what team he plays for, that wouldn't have even been in my wheelhouse that he plays.
Even though there's
Dallas.
2 games, there's 2 games tonight. No chance.
Nope. I would not have said Dallas, but good for him. Congrats on making the league.
This guy I've heard of. Number 3. DeMar DeRozan, under 24.5 points at minus 110. He's not on the Bulls anymore, right?
No, he's on the Kings.
They're doing all unders. Okay.
Yeah.
I actually think this is good. What else?
Okay. Kal-El Ware, under 18.5 total points and rebounds, minus 150.
Kal-El, is that Superman's name?
Yeah. He said it was actually from Superman, I think. The clip I watched during the break to try and figure out the pronunciation. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the other player that you didn't know?
Yep.
Repeat that. Okay, what was the prop
under
again?
18.5 total points and rebounds at a nice and healthy minus 150.
There we go. That's more like it with the props, because it's not just the obscure stuff, it's the price, right? Last night, $1.65, $1.75, $1.45. That's more like it when the public comes in and bets a prop at minus 150. That's what I was waiting for. So he's definitely going to have 20 points tonight. So that's number 2. Josh Giddey's not number 1?
Josh Giddey is not listed. They went back to the same guy at number 5. Patrick Williams, under 8.5 points, minus 110.
That is so random. Where is this coming from?
And that's minus 110. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the number?
5
under
unders.
what?
8.5 points.
I saw that lower. I was just looking at that game in the last break. So MGM is down to 7.5, and there's a book dealing 6.5 on Patrick Williams. So clearly there's enough money in the market to take that down from 8.5, but we could go over 6.5 right now if we really want to. You know he's going to have 10, Joe.
Oh, Patrick Williams Maltz. Right? Let's go. 2 of the 5 most popular bets are Patrick Williams under on points and under on points, rebounds, and assists.
Triple-double.
Just saying.
I can't believe they're betting Superman under, too. Kal-El under.
Superman bet.
Points and rebounds.
Yeah. But you're right. That number is 6.5 I see out there. Mostly 7.5. But, yeah, that 8.5's long gone. So they move that. Okay.
Well,
they're fading
I'll
Patrick
move it
Williams.
back. Watch me. I'll move it back.
What's the one that really stands out where you're like, so yesterday it was Anthony Black, right? Like that one didn't, and kind of the Curry one under
Curry
on the
one
made 3
yesterday stood out. I mean, they were running to the window to bet under 5.5 threes, minus 165. He ends up hitting 6. That one made me laugh. And then that brought us into a conversation about betting Curry's point prop over, which was 28.5, and he flew over that. It's so random that the public is looking at Patrick Williams unders, not only on points, but on PRA too. 13.5 points, rebounds, and assists. So I feel like we are a Patrick Williams show tonight.
As opposed to last night, it's not like you have a lot of star players in these 2 games. It is the 9-10 games. So there's that too. Somebody's got to be popular, I guess. Yeah, but we thought it would be Giddey more. With the Chicago fan base, how much they bet their players. And a lot of people are betting against Patrick Williams, apparently. But we definitely thought with the Giddey run, but maybe the price, I don't know. They usually don't care about the price, but I'm not sure what the thinking is there. But I was with you. I thought it would definitely be in the top 5, given only 2 games. But no, we're not seeing that. I'm shocked by the unders. And a lot of these numbers are no longer available. Where they were bet, they've gone down a point, or the points and the rebounds down a full number as well. So that's also worth noting that they hit them early, these unders, so much that they decided to move the number down. We usually don't see that.
I would go over 6.5. I'm just looking at Patrick Williams' stats. He averages 9 a game. In his last 5, not to go, influencer.
I know.
Guys,
I know.
Here are his last 5 games, just stats. 15, 5, 4, 21, 15. So he's quite literally a boomer bust guy. He either gets a bunch or he doesn't score. But for a guy averaging 9 a game with a team that plays up tempo and gets out and runs and doesn't play defense, this feels like it's probably a good look. I mean, I wouldn't have bet it if Paul didn't tell us it was the number 1 most bet prop at MGM, under 8.5, down to 7.5, down to 6.5. I'm going to bet it. I'm betting over 6.5 on Williams.
Serious question. Like the numbers you just rattled off. Like you consider 10 plus at plus 220, 15 plus at plus 870. Like he's got that club in his bag.
Well, when they drafted him, the Bulls told us that he was the next Kawhi Leonard, which is always fun when the Bulls tell us that somebody is something that he's not. I mean, I remember that draft prop too. He was priced like 9.5, 8.5 2 weeks before the draft. Remember that, Joe? He was like 9.5, 8.5, and then he went all the way down to 4.5 and ends up going 4th to the Bulls. I'll never forget that move on Patrick Williams in that draft in 2020. That was the COVID year. But he got slammed from 9.5 all the way down and had a lot of hype coming into his career, but hasn't really met that hype. That said, 7 points in a playoff game, probably pretty attainable.
I'm sure a lot of the reason for this is recently against Miami, he played only 14 minutes. He had 4 points, no rebounds, no assists, And so people are deciding that, yeah, let's fade him. Playoff time, your good guys are going to be out there a whole lot more. That's what's happened. You end up pushing the starters, and maybe the thinking is that he's not going to be on the court much. But, most of the time he does get mid-20s as far as minutes. So a shocking list, to say the least, that it's all 5 unders there. NBA draft, we're going to talk to Evan Silva about this coming up at 11:20 Eastern, about a half hour from right now, about some of his looks at betting the NFL draft. But one of your favorites is Dane Brugler, and posted this morning his latest mock draft. And I'm taking a look at his top 10, Sam, and there was something that's different than most other mocks that we've taken a look at. So I wanted to get your thoughts on this. Yes, he has Cam Ward number 1, Travis Hunter 2, Abdul Carter 3 to the Giants, Will Campbell 4 to the Patriots. But 5 is not where most people kind of change things. It's usually 6 with the Raiders because they could do anything. But in Brugler's mock, he does have the draft being flipped on its head at 5. He has the Jacksonville Jaguars taking Ashton Genty at 5 overall.
Oh, come on.
Uh-huh. I was shocked by that. Shocked. Because all the chatter's been 6 or 10 for Genty, and he's going Jaguars here to make that big move.
So the betting market disagrees because Mason Graham has gone from -110 to -140, under 5.5. I can't wait to talk draft. And our guy Colson Loveland is on the move as well. We'll talk about that as well. His number has come down a whole position. So I put out 3 bets yesterday for Fox. Hope they go as well as the Masters bets went last week. 3-0, no big deal. But the market is saying it's Mason Graham going 5th. We'll see. Right. I didn't bet Graham. I have no thoughts there, but that's the first I've heard of Genty being a top 5 pick.
Same. That's why it certainly stood out. Yeah, everybody has Graham going 5, locked into Jacksonville, but he's saying he falls to 6, and that's where the Raiders would end up taking Graham, the D tackle, out of Michigan. NFL draft time, always a lot of fun. We'll get to draft, as I mentioned, with Evan Silva coming up. Next, more MLB bets in our list of losers right here on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Evan Silva coming up in about 20 minutes. We'll talk some NFL draft with Establish the Runs, Evan Silva. Final hour of the show. We'll wrap with our lightning bets, but right now, got some Major League Baseball on our mind. Now, we talked about the early afternoon games earlier this morning, and much of that about Spencer Strider. He's getting talked up a lot. We were tempted by Toronto, but Sam, for me, when I look at this card as a whole today, I'm more interested in some of the evening games. How about you? Is that where you're at, where those games tonight have more of your attention?
Well, let me paint a picture for you. We get off the air at noon. I'm going to bet baseball all day, and I can't wait. I'm going to bet it early. I'm going to bet it in the afternoon, and I'm going to bet it tonight. So that's where I'm at. But the first bet I will make, I don't know why I haven't done it yet, it's Toronto at plus a quarter.
Yeah.
I think Strider's going to go 5 innings, maybe 6, and then you see what happens. It's dangerous. Maybe dangerous is hyperbolic, but it's no fun betting against aces. But I don't think he's going to be the Spencer Strider we're used to seeing. So my first bet will be on Toronto. As for the night card, I'm not as excited as you are. I do see a really weird line on LA and Texas. So I know you've been fading Patrick Corbin forever. They opened our guy, Soriano, who we love.
Mm-hmm.
They opened him $1.15, which I thought that's really cheap. And it's moved 10 cents. MGM has $1.25. Other books are $1.30. That is such a fishy freaking line tonight at 8:05. Why is that not higher? With the Angels playing good ball with a really good pitcher against a guy that stinks. That line to me makes no sense.
I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. And that's why I circled the game too. Like, okay, something's wrong here. And the market's not moving it, right? I mean, it moved a few cents, but not a ton. We're up to minus 125. Okay. So it's moved a few more cents from the start of the show. But okay, so we had this conversation about Soriano before, and we've been backing him I'd say a couple times this year already. So consistently given this point in the season. And you had mentioned, boy, we're not going to keep getting this price in Soriano. We're going to lose it. We're still kind of getting it, right? And then he's going against a fade with Corbin. I believe it's been one start for Corbin so far, so we don't want to go too far. But this has been going on for a while, where you just want to go against that guy. His expected ERA was 5.5 all of last year. Soriano, ground ball pitcher, been terrific. He's been getting ground balls on 65% of the balls that are hit. So yeah, are we overthinking it? That something's got to be wrong, or do we just take it and part of this is Texas gets a lot more respect than the Angels?
I'm not sure. I'm not going to bet it, though. It's going to be a very popular side. People are going to look at the matchup. They're going to look at Soriano against Corbin. Cheap price. All I got to do is lay $1.25. It's a stay away from me. This Cub team, I hate their guts after last night because they cost me a good amount of money in that parlay that I built with the Warriors to win and the Padres to win. Didn't quite get there. I'm looking at this total 7.5. This is a mid-afternoon game, if you will. So 4:10 on the East Coast, 1:10 on the West Coast. I like the over. It is, let's see, 7.5 right now. You could bet that flat, minus 110 in a lot of places. MGM's a little bit more expensive, $1.15. Boyd and Pavetta, I think we get a bunch of runs in the travel game out west. That's probably, I don't want to say my favorite bet because I don't like to play that game on a busy Wednesday. I'll definitely bet the Jays, and I will definitely bet over 7.5 Cubs and Padres.
Okay. Yeah, coming off last night, a low-scoring affair. You have a number of lefties that are on the bump today, so that's kind of interesting. I do want to go back to the Strider one, and you're right. I'm glad you said let's just pull the trigger on this. It's just this doesn't make the most sense in the world, and Look, Strider being a heavy favorite, I'm not saying that doesn't make much sense. And a lot of people are pointing out, look what he did in his rehab start. And he goes 90 pitches and he strikes out 13. All of that is fair. But I think what Derek Carty quickly threw out to us is also important. That we can talk about the strikeouts, we can talk about the number of pitches and how long he's going to be out there. But what about the velo? What about the stuff? Is it pre-injured Strider? He's saying it wasn't. We weren't seeing that wipeout stuff from him. And then with Bassett on the other side, who's off to this great start, probably not sustainable, but still worth your respect. Yeah, Toronto's the move, man. I'm glad you pulled the trigger. I'm probably going to be there with you with the Blue Jays in that one. Certainly full game. Yeah, the Angels one, it is confusing. Like, why is he such a short favorite going against a pitcher that most people want to fade most times? All right, a couple of others that stood out, and maybe because of the prices, I was thinking that you might have to put a couple of legs together for a parlay. But what about Boston, Tampa Bay? You've got Newcomb. Now he's a dog. You're going against the Rays here on the road. This pitcher for the Rays, good history against Boston. He's really wiped them out. Against this roster, 51 plate appearances. They're hitting 122, an expected batting average of 187. So I was looking at Tampa Bay, but do I want to lay 145? No, I don't want to lay 145. So I was thinking, do I have to pair it with something like, I don't know, maybe Arizona with Fott going up against Meyer. That is certainly something that sticks out. Arizona minus 160 favorites on the road at Miami. So if I'm going to bet those games, I was thinking about putting those two favorites together.
Why don't you just parlay against the Rockies, our new favorite pastime?
You want to roll with Miller? I mean, it's not. I don't have an argument against it, right? I don't.
It just cheapens your lay. That's all. I mean, the Rays go from $1.45 with what should be a free space. Should be. I don't want to say it is because there's no such thing as a free lunch. But if you take that Rays bet at minus 140 and put it with the Dodgers, now you're talking plus 125, plus 130. That's what I would do. If you're looking to cheapen the Rays, I mean, you just said it. You don't want to lay $1.40, $1.45. Okay. So put the Rays and Dodgers together, plus 130.
I don't mind that. I hate doing run line. And it wins last night, but I hate doing run line. I don't want to do it. But that's probably the move. I know. Muncy, good history against Marquez too. Like he's a big time fade. So people are going to bet the run line. They're probably going to do Dodgers team totals. Just take Dodgers to win and pair it with something else you like, and you get plus money. So that makes sense to me. Yep.
Yeah, and
you're probably right.
Just to play that forward, like if you take that Jays bet that we like, Tampa Bay, let's click it, boom, plus 125 with the Dodgers. Now we're at 2-1. It should happen. The Dodgers should win. I don't think they're going to lose. But, I mean, these are just ways to enhance your math. Take a team at plus money, wheel it with a big favorite that should win. We just took the Jays from plus 125 to plus 198. All we had to do was hook it with the Dodgers. And the Dodgers probably win because the Rockies are just god-awful right now. God-awful. Minus 50 already in run differential. 50.
Are we just going to take the Rockies' opponent on pretty much a daily basis and pair it with something?
I don't want to go that far, but most days I will
a lot of days, they're playing the Dodgers, right? That's an opportunity.
No doubt, especially given the way the Dodgers had trouble with the Cubs over the weekend. So the Dodgers lose 2 of 3, tough series. They lose on Sunday Night Baseball. And I think a little bit of the luster kind of came off, a little bit of the shine came off. And all they've done is go to town on Colorado in 2 straight days. And I don't think that's going to change. Colorado is going to be medicine for a lot of teams this year. And I've said it once, I've said it 100 times. That division They got to face the Dodgers a whole lot more. They got to go up against San Diego a whole bunch more, Arizona, San Francisco. That might be the deepest division in baseball, maybe outside of Colorado. But 1 through 4, who's better than those 4 teams? And that's who Colorado's got to see all the time. It's going to be a long season at Coors Field, man.
Yep, for sure. Gertch brings up run line Jenkins in the chat, since we don't like laying a run line. Maybe taking it. I know you do that from time to time, but laying the run and a half. I don't know if you heard this morning, but the Donkster was reading some emails, some hate emails that he gets about Jenks. 2 Jenks.
Really?
And one was signed Crooked Peen 87.
I'm not touching that one. Nope.
I'm just telling you what the email, who signed the email. Just letting you know.
Why 87?
I don't know. Maybe figured that's the year he was born. There was, of course, it was one that had a 69 in it, but
yeah,
that
was what I was expecting. Maybe Crooked Peen is a big Sidney Crosby guy. 87. That could be it. By the way, I saw this the other day.
Yeah.
I wanted to throw this trivia question, not only at you, but at Paul and Jake, if you guys want to hop along as well. So I heard the question and I didn't get it right. Which Major League Baseball player broke up the most no-hitters ever with a home run? He broke up 81 no-hitters with a home run. All time.
What?
Every player that ever played. Yes, this is a trivia question. Which Major League Baseball player broke up 81 no-hitters with a home run? Who would you guess first?
So this could be first inning, right? Technically.
Sure.
Like if you're the third hitter.
Anytime in the game.
Oh.
I mean, that's how I take it, yeah.
Yeah, 87 is a crazy number.
81.
So it's got to be like 81. Okay,
yeah,
so
most
Joe's still stuck on Crooked Peen.
yeah, Joe's on Crooked Peen.
How do I move past Crooked Peen?
How do we get past Crooked Peen 87? With a trivia question, which Major League Baseball player has broken up a career best 81 no-hitters with a home run? Who's your first?
Okay.
Who's the first name that comes to mind?
Well, yeah. Barry.
What?
Yeah, it's not Barry.
Okay.
Sorry, Paul. I didn't mean to shoot you down like that.
No.
My
first name that came to mind.
My first guess was McGuire, and it's not McGuire either.
A-Rod.
So
not A-Rod.
Damn.
It's a very good question. Maybe. See, you're smarter than I am. You're way smarter than I am. I didn't even guess leadoff hitter. I went through the gamut. I'm like Bonds, McGuire, Hank Aaron, Babe Ruth. Nope.
Yeah, the all-time greats. Right. So who's a leadoff hitter that would have a lot of home runs like early
when
in
you
games?
hear it, you're going to think, oh, yeah, of course that's him. It's Ricky Henderson.
Yeah, Ricky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ricky. That makes sense. But still, I didn't think it's that many. It's still shocking that he did that many times. But he did lead off games, like just putting it over the fence a lot when you think back.
Pow.
Yeah. Boom.
I would have never guessed Ricky. And then I saw the answer and thought, of course. Of course it's Ricky.
Makes sense.
But I was just thinking of home run hitters, naturally. Like Paul threw out Bonds. I threw out, Babe Ruth and Mark McGuire and Hank Aaron and, all these guys that you think of as home run hitters. Nope, it's Ricky. 81 career no-hitters broken up.
The Ricky,
home run.
Yeah. It's funny, like the players that played in that generation, they're willing to tell more stories now because they're removed from the game. And what do they care? Like the Ricky Henderson stories are awesome. Just how he just the way he would talk in third person and just call people, Ricky going to do this, Ricky going on this one. You have no chance. Told you Ricky was going to do that. Yeah. I feel like, I don't know, growing up in the Midwest, I probably didn't appreciate Ricky Henderson enough. Maybe I didn't see him enough, but I mean, just It was ridiculous. That team was so sick. The entire lineup was disgusting. And then they had a strong rotation as well.
Ricky don't like it when Ricky can't find Ricky's limo. That's my favorite Ricky Henderson quote.
Oh, yeah?
Ricky don't like it when Ricky can't find Ricky's limo.
Joe O, Sammy P. Coming up next, we'll talk to Evan Silva about the NFL draft. See what current bets he likes right now. Good stuff with Evan next. Then we'll wrap with lightning bets on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Evan Silva coming up on the show in just a couple of moments. Joe O, Sammy P here getting you set for the play-in tournament. It continues tonight in the NBA. Full card Major League Baseball, but of course also the NFL draft. And we quickly mentioned Dane Brugler's latest mock now out. No surprises in, say, the top four. Pretty much everybody has Cam Ward, number one. Carter looks like he's fallen 3 with Hunter 2, but that's been flipped in recent weeks for Will Campbell with the Patriots offensive line. And it's a matter of, do things change at 5 or do things change at 6? For a while, it felt like the 6th spot, but now there's this concern. People don't really know what the Jaguars are going to end up doing. But we'll talk to Evan Silva coming up about that in a few minutes. And I thought that you would also be interested in, Sam, the Bears nugget that he has at number 10 overall, because for a good while, people were just plugging in Genty there at number 10. And we've noticed this a lot over the last week, that there's been this flip to Tyler Warren to the Bears at number 10. Whether they don't go offensive line, maybe they go best tight end in the draft or Tyler Warren instead of keeping Kmet in a brand new regime.
I see it. I'd rather them go tight end than running back, because I believe the running back is built off of the back of the offensive line. But a good tight end that can catch passes is a big deal. Where does he have Loveland in his draft?
I'm just seeing the top 11 so far.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't have full access to what was posted in the New York Times, but yeah, I know you're worried about that because you're thinking under, right, on Loveland.
It moved a whole position. So I bet under
Okay.
19.5. We talked about it on this show, minus 150. And it is now, I'm looking at the book that has his number, 18.5. So it's come down a whole position. 18.5 minus 250. So
Okay.
we made a good bet at 19.5.
There you go. Evan Silva with us, establishthерun.com. Evan Silva on X. And Evan, I want to talk about your mock that was posted over the weekend, but we're just talking about the tight end position where like suddenly there's been, feels like some momentum, a lot more chatter about the Bears going Tyler Warren at number 10 overall. Sam likes Loveland to go higher than expected, at least higher than the draft market has expected throughout. Where are you on this position overall?
It's a good question because I think that there are a lot of moving parts at the tight end position entering the draft. And that kind of begins with the fact that we could see trades. Mark Andrews, it sounds like he could be traded. The Ravens had, like, Eric DeCosta, their GM yesterday, was asked point blank, is Mark Andrews going to be on the roster in 2025? And he was non-committal. And also Dallas Goedert has been the subject of trade rumors as well, which brings the Eagles at 32 into the mix as a team that I think could look at Mason Taylor of LSU, could even make a move up the board for Colston Loveland. Colston Loveland seems hot right now. Actually, on DraftKings, I was looking at some odds, and he's 5-1 there to be the first tight end drafted. And I think that that's been building quite a bit of steam lately. Tyler Warren, I have a real good plug-in with the Saints, who believes that Tyler Warren would be their pick at number 9 overall, so he might not even make it to the Bears at 10. But yeah, it's one of the most interesting positions, I think, in this draft.
Yeah, I think Loveland could go 14 to the Colts.
Yep.
And that's been mocked. That's not a hot take, Evan, as you know. You follow this stuff. But I was looking at his number a week ago at 19.5, thinking it just feels a little high, and I'm going to probably get some CLV here. Like, it's probably going to get expensive, or it goes down, and it's both. It's gone from 19.5 minus 150 to now 18.5 minus 250. So did our jobs, right? Got the good number, made a good bet. The other guy I'm hearing a lot of good things about is Matthew Golden, who, of course, is the burner receiver from Texas. He is $1.70, $1.80 to be the first receiver taken after Travis Hunter, if you will. I know McMillan's the favorite right now, but I'm hearing that teams are hot on Golden, especially Dallas at 12. Keep them home, keep them local. That's a number on Golden, 17.5. I should probably bet that under if I like it, right?
Absolutely. I think that, well, see, on virtually every sports book that I've dealt with, they have Travis Hunter locked in as a cornerback. You cannot, play with it here. And, it doesn't matter how he's announced. They have him locked in as a cornerback. So I'm taking him out of the equation and lumping him with the cornerbacks and taking Matthew Golden. I think he's going to be the first wide receiver selected. I think that the buzz around Ted McMillan right now is that he's going to drop, not necessarily due to on-field stuff, but potentially due to off-field stuff. Maybe he doesn't love football. Everyone saw that video where he's talking about how he doesn't love to watch tape. I love him as a player. I think he's an absolute stud, but I think the teams are not as super high on him because of off-field stuff. I think Golden is a heavy favorite, actually. He should be priced as a heavy favorite to be the first receiver drafted, and he's not, from what I've seen and from what you just mentioned. I don't think he gets past the Cowboys at number 12. I think, this draft is like no man's land beginning at number 5. It wouldn't shock me if, and I know this kind of sounds crazy in relation to other mocks, I don't care. Matthew Golden could go number 5 to the Jaguars. We see year after year, Henry Ruggs, Darius Hayward-Bay, John Ross, speed receivers get overdrafted because teams become infatuated with what they can do in terms of taking the top off the defense. And that is Matthew Golden this year.
Yeah, quick follow-up, Joe. So MGM has the market first receiver drafted, and then in parentheses it says no Travis Hunter. So every book is different, but that's the market I'm looking at. So McMillan minus 250, and then Golden plus 170, Joe.
Yeah, I got to make sure you clarify that. A lot of different props can come into play, offensive and defensive players in the first round as well. So they want to clear that up. With Evan Silva established the run here on BetSwitch, Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich, and we got to get to quarterback 7. So you've got to take here, man. So the number on the quarterbacks to be drafted in the first round is 2.5. It is juiced to the moon, to the over. You must love the under because your mock has one drafted quarterback in the first round. You say no Shador, no Jackson Dart. How'd you get there?
You got to have a hot take, so I just came up with a hot take, no, I'm kidding. I just don't think that they're first round talents. I think that Cam Ward clearly is. And then I think that this is a year kind of like the Kenny Pickett year. Obviously Cam Ward is a much more talented player than Kenny Pickett was, where just teams acknowledge that there isn't, they're not going to overdraft these guys. Like the one year when Jake Locker and Christian Ponder and all those guys went in the first round. I think the teams kind of learned their lesson from that year to a large extent. And quarterbacks are always going to get pushed up the board because it's the most valuable individual position in pro sports. But this year, I don't think that there is a single first round talent at the quarterback position except for Cam Ward. And I think that there is a chance. I don't know what is the what are the odds on under for quarterbacks?
Plus 340.
It's 2.5. Yeah, 2.5 over is minus 340.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, and I just think it's worth it with the odds to take the under then.
Yeah, I'm with you.
These guys are just not that talented. Shedeur Sanders, his most common comparison among the best quarterback evaluators in the business is Teddy Bridgewater, Andy Dalton. Tyler Shuck is going to be 26 when at some point in the season. Jackson Dart, I like Jackson Dart. He can run. Shedeur Sanders is small, doesn't have a strong arm, wasn't a runner almost at all. People think, oh, Deion Sanders' son, he's got to be a great athlete, right? Was not a running quarterback at all. Took 1 million sacks at Colorado. Jackson Dart was kind of like a late riser, I think, throughout the process. And I like him, but I'm not sure that teams see his skill set as compatible to be like a franchise quarterback by any means.
I was hearing a lot of smoke about Henderson, the Ohio State running back. I'm looking at your mock right now, Evan. You got 2 running backs in the first round. Of course, Genty, and then you've got Hampton going 20th to Denver. There was some smoke on Henderson being a potential first-round guy. Are you buying it or not?
I kind of am because, and I don't have him in the first round in this particular mock draft, but I'll do a couple more and maybe he'll end up in the back end. But I think that he has a really explosive skill set, and teams, especially in the past few years, keep harping on like explosive plays. You listen to offensive coordinators talk. We need to generate explosives on defense. You listen to defensive coordinators talk. We need to limit explosives. And Travion Henderson can give you explosive plays in the running game and also as a receiver out of the backfield. And also, this is just a weak draft after the, what do we have, 3 or 4? I think 3 premier elite blue chip talents, and then a bunch of guys who you're hoping that they become quality starters. And so that opens up the board, especially as you move down later in the first round to guys that just might give you a chance to generate explosive plays, and Travion Henderson fits that.
Evan, I want to go back to something you said a moment ago, that once you get to 5, it's kind of no man's land in the draft. And I think you're right. Like, you're kind of guessing. But as far as betting the draft, where you're able to get down, and you do bet, what's the advice that you would give? Because when I hear you say, well, after 5, you kind of have to throw your hands up, who knows what's going to happen, I'm thinking, okay, well, maybe there are some betting opportunities. Maybe you look for some good plus money prices on things that could happen, because it could be anything.
You look at that page on your sports book online or whatever, your sheet, and you go in and you bet all the plus money stuff on number of defensive or cornerbacks drafted, number of wide receiver drafted. You just bet the plus money side on all of them, because the sports books don't know. The sports books are really going off the national insiders who we can all read: Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter. That's their best line of information. They really don't have true inside information. Maybe every once in a while they will. But for the most part, the market is moved by the national insiders, and we all have access to them. Okay? And they don't know. I mean, you listen to Peter Schrager on I can't remember what show it was yesterday. But Peter Schrager is one of the best in the business. Annually, one of the best mock drafters in the business, too. Last year, he had a killer mock draft in particular. He's had years where he'll name some guy to go in the first round that nobody had in the first round. He's really a great guy to listen to when it comes to the draft. And Peter Schrager was like basically what we just said. The guy that goes at 5 could easily be just as easily go in the 20s. So it's just no man's land. It's a free-for-all. I actually think that there could be a ton of trades in this draft, because it's going to be easy for teams to trade up, because the price of having to come down, it's not going to be that expensive. It's not going to be that expensive to trade up this year, because everyone considers it the talent flat from 5, all the way to 40.
Looking at your mock, I don't want to speak for you, but Jahdae Barron, you have 5th. Jahdae Barron is 40-1 to be a top 5 pick.
2 weeks ago, we did a show on Establish the Run, and Jalen Milroe was 80-1 to be the second quarterback drafted. He is now 6-1 to be the second quarterback drafted.
Whew.
So I still think that we're in long shot zone where, and I don't feel great about Jahdae Barron being the 5th overall pick in the draft by any means. But again, it goes back to what Peter Schrager was saying. The number 5 pick could go in the 20s. I think Jahdae Barron could go in the 20s. So again, I think that we're in long shot zone. Look for long shots. Look for plus money.
Evan, we've got about 30 seconds left. Do you have a personal favorite in the draft? Maybe a guy that you can't wait to. Situation matters, but whether it be fantasy with running backs getting talked up, or just a personal favorite that maybe they're going to last till day 2, day 3, but you think they have the potential in the right situation to be a star.
I really, really, really like Luther Burden out of Missouri. And I think that he was a player that was held back by scheme and quarterback play at Mizzou. But I think that he's another one of these guys that, I think he could be like one of these players that is a better college player, a better NFL player than he was a college player. And I think that he was just not utilized well at Mizzou. And that he can be a guy who can take the top off the defense in the NFL. And I like him to the Bills at 30. A sleeper for this draft to be drafted higher than people expect is Kelvin Banks. I actually think that he could be the first offensive lineman off the board. I've heard that the Jets really like him. They're drafting at number 7. Kelvin Banks, and you could get him like 11-1 odds to be the first offensive lineman drafted.
Great stuff. Evan Silva, establishtheRun.com. Check out his mock. It's posted right there for free on the website. Appreciate it, Evan. Joe O, Sammy P. Lightning Bets on the other side. You've got the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
I'll ask you about it.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Lightning bets coming your way for this Wednesday. Joe Ostrowski, Sam Paniotovich, Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. So we addressed it earlier. Didn't have where Loveland was going in Brugler's mock, which was released today, and he's on the short list of ones that you would actually take a look at. I think both of us, Sam, like Mel Kipe, whatever, dude, I don't really care. I don't think he's connected. He's been wrong so many times. Like, there are some of the big name guys that get attention, but I don't know that they really move markets. Brugler's a guy that is actually respected in the betting space, in the NFL space, clearly is still plugged in, has a lot of connections. And you found where your guy Loveland is going in Brugler's mock.
He's got him 14, which I'm seeing more and more. Colts love themselves a tight end. So he's got Colston, Loveland, Michigan tight end, 14th to the Colts. I put out a story yesterday on Fox. I gave 3 bets for the NFL draft, and that's my favorite one. We've talked about it on this as well. We discussed under 19.5, and I remember at the time saying that minus 150, while it might seem expensive, it's going to turn out to be cheap. And it is. I mean, that was 19.5 under minus 150. Now, if you want to go under on Loveland, it's 18.5 minus 250. So it's moved a whole position and then some. Way juiced to the under. So happy to see that one. And I didn't see, I guess I should just scroll up. I didn't see where he had Shedeur Sanders. Very polarizing guy, Sanders. He's got Sanders. Oh, wow. He doesn't even have him in the top, 15. He's got him 21st in Pittsburgh. Wow.
Pittsburgh. Man. Okay, I mean, that makes sense based on where they are right now. So, Silva was throwing out some takes, man. Like, there's some opportunity. And I think that's the overall message, and that's why I asked him about it. And I think it's right. It's like, look, anything can happen here. Anything. If you can find something that you think is viable and you're getting 3-1 or 4-1 or a long shot, plugging someone in a certain situation or at a specific pick, that makes sense to you. Why not take a shot at it? Once you're outside the top 4, it could be anything as far as this draft. It's just one of those drafts. And for him to say one quarterback in the first round, is it crazy? I don't know that it is. Could it be 2022? Where it was only Kenny Pickett going in the first round and nobody goes in the second round. We had to wait until Desmond Ridder in the third round, and then it goes Malik Willis. It sounds like it's that kind of quarterback year. That's what a lot of people that do this for a living are saying. It's a weak quarterback class. We're going to have Cam Ward number 1 overall, but after that, I don't know. And people saw this a year ago. That's one of the reasons that we saw Michael Penix get pushed up to number 8 to Atlanta. And then we go McCarthy at number 10 to the Vikings. Bo Nix, number 12 to the Broncos. They looked ahead a year and saw that, look, there's no quarterbacks next year. So if we're even considering QB, we've got to make the move this year, or we're going to have to probably sit out for a couple years at a realistic chance at developing a quarterback. And, I think that was part of Silva's point. Like, look, Ward is going to go 1, but it's probably a wasted pick with these other guys.
Let's see where he's got Dart. 33rd. So the first pick of round 2.
Just miss.
So Brugler, Silva, both sort of singing the same tune. They like 2 quarterbacks. Well, Silva has 1, but they're both under 2.5, which you can bet at a very nice price. It's
plus 340.
MGM's got 310 now. So
okay.
It's come down in the last hour since we've been on the air. Maybe somebody listening to this show. Or maybe a trader at BetMGM is following along and saying, maybe we should lower that a little bit. The draft, though, is a market where you can take shots. And I mentioned Barron. I'm not high on Barron, but Silva has Barron top 5 in his mock. 40-1 to be a top 5 pick. I bring up Quay Walker all the time. I was texting with Dinsick yesterday about some stuff, and he reminded me that he bet Quay Walker first linebacker at 20-1. And that hit. We bet J.C. Horn in 2021 to be the first corner. That was 7-1 because everybody was talking about Patrick Surtain. And J.C. Horn went before Surtain. So if you can get a good beat on a guy that's going to go higher than the market believes, not only can you bet the position under, like under 15.5, under 12.5, you can bet that player to be the first, whatever, offensive lineman, cornerback, wide receiver. You can take shots, and if you get the right guy, you can make a really nice payout.
Maybe not the best draft, but sounds like it's going to be a fun draft to bet. These markets are going to move quickly as we get inside of a week. There are some books that haven't even posted anything yet. They're going to do that in a couple of days because you just don't know. They don't know. They're just following the news, following the bets. So I expect these to move a whole lot more in the next week before we get to next Thursday's draft. All right, Sam, lightning bets for this Wednesday. Where are you going?
It just got bet offshore. They came in and bet our Jays. They took the 125s off the board for the most part. MGM is down to plus 110. So I'm glad I made that bet when we were talking baseball, top of the hour. I bet plus a quarter. Let's see. Best price I can give you right now is plus 115. Yes. I still like it. I don't like it as much as I liked plus 125 because despite what GRP says, numbers do matter. But I would still play plus 15 on Toronto. I'm going to go over in Chicago, San Diego, 7.5 with Boyd and Pavetta. And put me down for Xander Schauffele to win this weekend, 14-1 on the outright market.
No Patrick Williams?
Well, I'm betting that, but it's not my bet. It's a fade of, the number one prop. For those that don't know and didn't listen earlier, the number one bet prop at BetMGM is Patrick Williams under on points. These props, if you faded last night, went 4-1 in your favor.
And Patrick Williams was also in the top 5 with another prop. Under the PRA, I believe that was. So he's twice in the top 5. They're fading Patrick Williams tonight. Do with that what you will. Yeah, I'm glad you went Toronto. Totally agree. It makes sense. Strider not looking as great as the numbers or the headlines are saying in his rehab start. Expect him to be pushed a little bit, but Bassett's been phenomenal. We will take the plus 115. So, yeah, I'll tail you there. And it just makes too much sense. And let's talk about Tampa Bay. How do we bet Tampa Bay? Like, that's a big number. Do you want to lay minus 145 against Boston and Newcomb? I want to back Tampa Bay, but how do you do it? And you're right. Just add in the Dodgers at $3 going against the Rockies. So you get a Dodgers-Tampa Bay moneyline parlay at plus 125. Playing games, we're going over. Let's go over Chicago-Miami. That is 219. Dallas-Sacramento over 213.5 right now. There's a 213.5. The numbers continue to drop. You have that big-time adjustment, playoff action. It drops 5 points in one, 8.5 in the other. And now you're trying to figure out were the moves correct or was there an overreaction? I'm banking on overreaction. I'm going to play the overs in both play-in games tonight. Let's go to Paul Aspen and Jake Hassan. Paul, what you got? Bryce Harper?
1-0 on dad reveal bets, and we're going to hang them up after that. Yeah, he went yard.
It hit.
Late.
Yeah, wow.
Yard late. Yeah.
Jake yelled at you about it.
He did.
Saying
Jake said you were
and you weren't
dead wrong.
I didn't yell at you. I was just dead wrong. I was mistaken. I said I was sorry.
Yes.
Jake said you were wrong. He said you were ugly. He said you get
no
hose.
I said
he
Paul's an idiot.
Hard.
Get him out of here. He should be fired. This guy sucks.
We notice how muted the apology was compared to like when he just came in yesterday. He's like, "That's Trey Turner." It's like
I noticed the exact same thing.
Yeah, you
just
I
go
apologize. Down with the ship. You don't. You're not, I'm not the band playing while the ship goes down.
Sorry.
No, but it was
I'm
like
the captain's cabin,
like,
baby.
Sorry.
I didn't say it like that. I said I was sorry.
I got one.
Yeah.
So Corey Connors, top 20, minus 125. Death, taxes, Corey Connors. No, I'm annoyed that he didn't win, but at top 20, he's solid. And then you guys have somewhat inspired me with your baseball moneyline favorites. So, or favorite and a slight dog. If you do Straka, bounce back. Look, he got annihilated at Augusta, which isn't all that surprising. With his first time there, and he'd been playing well. He's kind of a hot name. It was 75-1 for a reason, and he shot like 6 over or something on the first day. But if you go Straka at plus 115 for a top 20, and who's been playing very solid golf, otherwise very solid's not even fair. Great golf otherwise, and Connors as well. That is plus 268 for both to make the top 20.
Jake.
Once again, Paul, I'm sorry for yelling at you. It will happen again. But as far as the bets go in the early games, I'm going to go Chris. I don't want anything to do with Strider. I don't know what this is going to be. Great. The pitch count is up, but I still have a feeling the Braves are going to have a quick hook with him, especially on a getaway day. He's going to have the day off tomorrow. I don't want to try and read the tea leaves here, so I'll stay away from Strider stuff. But I'll go Bassett over 5.5 Ks against the Braves on a getaway day. He's been really good this year, 9, 7, and 5 in his first 3 starts. So I'll take him in this one, and I'll go Spencer Torkelson over 1.5 total bases. I'll fade Jose Quintana. I don't think he's going to keep it up. He was fine in his first start, but Torkelson, the batting average isn't there. But buddy, when he makes contact, it's been awesome. So he's been hitting home runs and doubles left and right. I'll take Torkelson.
What were you patting yourself in the back for yesterday with Corbin Carroll? You said it was
home
like
run,
3
baby.
in a row. You hit a
Three
home run 3 in a row.
Josh Young on Friday, Bobby Witt Jr. on Monday, Corbin Carroll yesterday. So can't wait
Throw
to just
Bryce
go
Harper
over today.
That's 4. Yeah,
it's true. The bet sweats bump.
You could buy that nice neon sign that says Jake with all your home run money.
I was told we're closer on a backdrop today. Surely it's
no.
on
You
it.
don't need a backdrop.
Can't
you just
be
need
further.
a prop queen. You need a prop queen sign over your shoulder. Jake.
Okay, and then just expense it. That makes a lot of sense.
Or one that
actually.
says
I'm gonna do that.
mid-major Matt. I want that one on there. No?
Or just I'm sorry. I'm just gonna go one that says I'm
That would
sorry.
be
I like
better.
that.
Sorry, the Canadian version. Let's do that. A lot of Canadians on this show. It's good. Paul's betting Corey Connors. Yeah, let's go there. All right. Bet sweats tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Sam will not be wearing red underwear for the Bulls after they lose tonight. Coming up on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
BetMGM Network. It's time for the Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk